Okay, yeah, my mic was off. I mean, the mic function in OBS was on, but the microphone itself was turned off. Oh, crap. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. Yeah, I'm running really, really late, and I forgot I had the mic switch off. Hold on. Yeah, because I put together like the thumbnail at the very last minute, and then at the very, very, very last minute I noticed my website broke again once I had the stream listed in the queue of sorts. So, welcome Daniel, welcome Anthony, and welcome Prof Ma. Get myself sorted again. I probably should have taken an aspirin first. Okay, so yeah, what I was trying to do was sort out these item use flowcharts, for lack of a better term. So yeah, to reread the new text I've added since the last stream. Okay, other technology. During the course of this adventure, characters will inevitably encounter items of modern technology ranging from butane lighters and flashlights to household appliances to high-powered weapons. In the absence of someone to instruct them in their use, PCs may attempt to puzzle out modern artifacts on their own. To do so, they roll on one of the investigation charts given herein. So, that would be this right here. Put a marker on the start position, like here. They probably don't expect you to actually write in the magazine, but... and have the player roll a D20, or originally a D10. For each round, his character spends puzzling out the item. The following modifiers may apply to each roll. All modifiers are cumulative. And I was trying to explain that I reversed the numbers given herein because, I said, I've never played AD&D before, but I think usually in these situations, the smaller the result, the better. So, like, for example, if you roll 1 to 6, you end up in this portion of the flowchart, whereas if you roll 7 to 8, you end up here. If you roll 9 to 0, you end up there. Then if you roll, like, say, 8 to 0 from here to there, you get a discharge, or... Of course, 0 should read 10, but there are 10-sided dice that have a 0 on them instead of the number 10. And yeah, I think what I'll do is just replace this with regular D20 rolls, like these two lines. I'll just say, use your intelligence modifier. So if your intelligence score is 12 or higher, you get a positive. If it's, 9 or lower, you get a negative. And the idea being, just be difficulty checks, right? So if you roll really low, yeah, you get a chance of a discharge. If you roll really high, you know how to use a weapon, or the item, or what have you. No, yeah, it's okay, Anthony, it's okay, because I'm running very late too, so I'm very discombobulated. So hopefully the mic is on now. Hopefully the music is playing, and I hope I don't get any trouble for using this playlist of music. It's set to a loop and shuffle, so it won't stop suddenly. Maybe. Like really, all I really want to do is just type out what I see in the magazine. All right. Okay, and then we go into people and reactions. The natives of London will generally not react favorably to a party that remains in full battle array as it wanders about the city, until such time as PCs manage to blend in with the crowd, either by magic or by buying or stealing ordinary-looking clothing. Their unusual appearance will draw attention to them. The presence of non-humans in the adventuring group will affect the reactions of London citizens. Elves and half-elves will prove to be an asset, for the exotic appearance and often unearthly beauty will entrance onlookers, sometimes to the point that the rest of the party will be ignored. The presence of a half-orc will automatically result in the opposite response. If the half-orc's charisma is 8 or less, a disguise will be required in public, lest some good people run screaming from the horror in their midst. Halflings will often go unnoticed, as they look very much like human children in general appearance, even more so when clothed to blend in with the crowd. Dwarves and gnomes will attract attention, but only because of their size, and then only for a short time. And granted, yeah, this is kind of one of the reasons, and I've ranted about this before, that I don't really like the idea of elves looking like humans with pointy ears. Like, they should have a very distinct appearance about them. Like, having them just be humans, like human ethnicities with pointy ears, just feels really lazy to me, but... Any party spending time in public in full fantasy regalia will attract the attention of police. Inquiries will be made as to the film company that the PCs are with, and if this proves fruitless, the bobbies will attempt to convince the party that they are not wearing appropriate clothing. There is a good chance, DM's decision on exact odds, that the entire party will be considered of questionable sanity, and reinforcements will be sent forth to take them to the Royal Hospital for examination. While London police are generally calm and friendly, and can be counted on to endure strange people and events with little reaction, they do have their limits. One of these limits is weapons. Weapons only openly displayed, even if sheathed, will immediately bring police trouble. The bobby will call for backup and will attempt to bring the party to the local station house under arrest for possession of dangerous weapons. A concealment charge is likely if the weapons were sheathed or worn, as is the case with many rogues and arcane spellcasters, up sleeves or in boots and belts. Resisting arrest and escaping police will put the party on a wanted list with warnings that they are armed and considered mentally unsound. If pieces go out en masse after being placed on such a list, then they may quickly be identified by police anywhere in the city, 100% if they are still in their original garb, 65% even if they have changed the look of clothes. Shortly thereafter, they will be surrounded by a large, 2 to 4 times the party's size, armed force. For individuals going out alone or in small groups, there is only a 5% chance per person, cumulative, of being identified. And again, I might have to just change it to like a D20 roll. Like a D20 test, as they put it. Except where otherwise indicated in the billing keys, the following applies to the remainder of London, as long as the party members remain in their original garb. As long as no violence or magic use occurs, public reaction will be neutral, tending towards negative, minus 25% on reaction rolls for encountered individuals. There will be a general assumption that the party is either a publicity stunt, part of a movie being filmed, or simply a more outrageous than usual punk gang. The closer the PCs get to parks and other areas of London where unusual dress is the norm, the less negative the average reaction will be. Minus 10% on reaction rolls within 3 blocks of parks and plazas, no adjustment when in the parks and plazas themselves. I'm a little tired, a little worn out. I hope my voice doesn't give out. You know, it was just a very, very busy morning this morning, so yeah, that's why I'm not really as prepared as I should be. Let's see. Combat or fatal violence of any sort will cause panic in onlookers and bring police and reporters, as will major displays of magic, fireballs, lightning bolts, or anything with lots of special effects. Once such a panic is caused, the undisguised party or individual PC will not be able to travel anywhere in the city afterward without a similar panic and its attendant attention start. Is that right? Yeah, and its attendant attention starting. Okay. However, most will not want to take the time. As the special subgroups in the population do well, punks will embrace PCs for what they see as the ultimate rebellion against modern society. Major criminals and terrorists who have a chance to calmly evaluate the party's capabilities will find advantages for themselves and plot accordingly. Muggers and the like will hesitate to assault a fully outfitted party, although PCs in disguise are just as likely as anybody else to be victims of attempted robbery. One final topic, language. Unless the DM assumes that the common tongue is virtually identical to modern English, which I don't, the PCs will not be able to communicate with any local citizens. The use of spells, magical items, and the like will help overcome this handicap. But the DM should always keep the language barrier in mind. How do you ask for a rescue, for instance? Yeah, no, I don't agree with the new rule, or at least the new piece of lore that common started off in the city, the extra-planar city of Sigil, and then spread out to every other city. Because that goes against every other campaign setting's history. So no, I treat the Overking's common tongue from Greyhawk as being different from Tharasta, the common tongue of Faerun from the Forgotten Realms, which would be different from English, which would be different from Madani from the Zakara setting, which would be different from Trade Phoenician from the Mythos setting, you know, so on and so forth. I mean, yeah, because this is why spells like Tons and Comprehend languages exist, right? Let's see. Yeah, if the language barrier is deemed too great a hurdle, the DM may declare that passage through the gate alters a character's memory of language. The common tongue is instantly translated into English when the character reaches London. The reverse transformation of English into common occurs when the character passes back through the gates into D&D game world. And I think at Fishtown I'm supposed to be capitalizing spell names. Let's try this. I hate when it undoes italics, but what we got? Fireballs, lightning bolts. Yeah, see that? I guess just because at the beginning of them, I don't know, because the capital B remained italic. Yeah, that should be it for that though. Now we actually gone to hopefully a fun part about this whole background setup, magic modifications. The alternate universe in which London can be found exists on the prime material plane of the D&D multiverse. I don't even think they call it prime material anymore. One of the many such alternates. Others include Midgard from the module Iserhamar, Dragon issue number 92, and the worlds connected to the Demon Web in AD&D module Q1, Queen of the Demon Web Pits. Okay, I don't know if there's a 5th edition version of this adventure, but there's a 3rd edition version. So, I might have to reference both of them. And in the case of Azamar, or Aesarhamar, I might just make reference to, well, I don't know if I even should make reference to the Mythos setting from Dangerous Journeys, because it's technically a different game entirely. But that is considered to be parallel to Oath, the World of Greyhawk. I mean, you know, I guess I could just reference Greyhawk, Forgotten Realms, Dragonlance, Eberron. That would probably make a lot more sense at this point. Let's see here. How much can I squeeze this? Okay, magic modifications. I'll just leave that there for now, so I can apply the subheader. The alternate universe in which London can be found exists on the material plane of the D&D multiverse. One of the many such alternates. Yeah, I type about as fast as I can speak. Well, I type faster when I'm reading, but yeah, if I'm speaking, bear with me. Others include, so yeah, let's do this. Oath from the world of Greyhawk. How about this? I'm gonna do semicolon. Toril from the Forgotten Realms. Kryn from Dragonlance. And let's say, if I can remember how to spell this. Oh crap. Because I forgot Eberron's the name of the planet and the setting from... I can't type today. Because that looks so awkward. Eberron from Eberron, right? Yeah, because I think it's like what, sort of like 3 worlds in Eberron, kind of, sort of like one's Kyber. I don't know. I got some source books I haven't looked through them forever. You want me to reduce the music volume? Okay. Let's see what I can do here in OBS. Let's try negative 22 decibels. See how that works. Alright, hopefully that works. Yeah, I'm sorry if I'm a bit more quiet than usual. Yeah, I'm just... yeah, I can't deny it. I'm just very unprepared today. I mean, granted, this whole D&D update streams are more, they really more intend to be filler than anything else anyway. Especially since, now I got Soulblade, I got the little... And at some point I want to go back to do the Night Terror missions in Soul Calibur 3, but... Well, let me try at least finish this off, right? Okay. However, there is something odd about it. Nearly everywhere in the multiverse, save for a few other freak planes, the laws of magic rule. The plane that London is on is something of an ignored backwater. No, probably means backwater universe. Move this over a bit. Not what I wanted. Oh, you. Okay. For it is solidly connected to the rest of the material, astral, and ethereal planes at only a few points, and is at best tenuously connected with the rest of the inner planes, and almost not at all with the outer planes. This was one of the main reasons that the mace was hidden there. Because it is so weakly connected to the rest of the magical multiverse, Earth has no magic. There is no leakage of the extra planar energies that cause the evolution of magical and... Actually, I think these probably explain as one word in this document. And semi-magical creatures that produce the oddities that stimulate human research into magic. Because of its isolation, Earth is magically null. Welcome, Cypher. Alright. Alright, I guess so far so good then. As a result of this, some spells will function differently or not at all in London. The following sections cover all the spells found in the D&D Player's Handbook. I hate when I try this again. As well as those published in Dragon Mag. I can't remember if I small caps this or not now. Yeah, that's how long it's been since I updated this, huh? I left off a character. I got an idea. Go to modules, Greyhawk, because that's a default. Let me look at my actual PDF copy of City Beyond the Gate. Okay, so yeah, so I did not have Dragon Magazine italicized, but I had the whole thing, small caps, and registered trademark. That's what it was. Put that X there for now. I think it was at 0176. No, that's the degree symbol. That's the one. Alt 0174. There we go, yeah, so that should look a bit more consistent. Did I actually even mention Greyhawk by name? No, not yet. Yeah, there's Dragon Magazine. I'm not sure why it's highlighted so big like that, though. Wow, that's weird. Huh. Well, I guess something I can figure out later. Yeah, I put the registered trademark there, but I forgot to put it there. Ah, Dragon. Okay, let's see. Backwater. I mean, this is one way of pronouncing it, but let's see. Dragon. That's wrong page. Here we go. All right. Yeah, how about I small caps the campaign setting tiles? Because I've seen that done before. Because it does make it help. It does help it stand out a bit more. And Eberron. Alright, where was I? Yeah, okay, Dragon Magazine during the... You know, I can't even really say the last few years because I don't even know Dragon Magazine's even published, not even in a digital form. Like, I know the last physical issue came out like 20 years ago. I may have to hold off on this at some point. Yeah, let's just leave that be. Some of these also appear in... See, I don't know if this is going to even be true or not, but let's just say... Oh crap, what were the supplements called? Oh, what was the name of that Beholder guy? I remember now. Okay, I remember now. Xanathar's Guide to Everything and Tasha's Cauldron of Everything. I think that would make more sense to put the period inside the parentheses because it's a separate sentence. If a spell is not listed below, assume that it works normally unless the nature of the spell dictates otherwise. Yeah, because the thing about updating this adventure to 5th edition is that I have to update the references to 5th edition, don't I? So, yeah, I may actually have to drop out this line about Dragon Magazine. Oh dear. Maybe I'll replace it with D&D Beyond. Cause I guess I could do that. I haven't used D&D Beyond in over a year anyway. I keep hitting Q instead of Tab. One special note. Remember that the people inhabiting London generally have no experience with illusions. Therefore, they initially receive no saving throws to disbelieve them. Repeated exposure to illusionary displays may allow for saving throws, and some citizens may believe they are viewing an advanced form of laser hologram or are hallucinating instead of seeing real magic. I think I spelled illusionary correctly. Alright, yeah, just leave that be. Let's see. Yeah, I just go keep it capitalized. Actually, you know, be right back because I don't even have my 5th edition books on hand. One moment. See, I can't remember the term saving throws is supposed to be capitalized or not. I know it's kind of a pedantic thing to look up, but again, I do try to keep these things consistent. Okay, no. I mean, if it's specific, they'll capitalize the ability score. Like Wisdom saving throw, the W will be capitalized, but the phrase saving throw itself is not. All right, so I don't have to worry about that. Okay, yeah. So this is gonna be somewhat confusing, I suppose, because I'm pretty sure most of these spells do exist in some form or another, but some don't. Like Dust Devil. I don't even think 3rd edition had a spell called Dust Devil. But that's where we pull up the conversion guide from 3rd edition. And then let's go down to the conversion guide for 5th edition. Yeah, the AD&D, the third edition conversion manual was really good. Like they went really specific with this thing. The one for 5th edition, not so much, but like look at this. You got 13 pages compared to 4. Yeah, okay, that's renamed magic items. Rename spells. Yeah, the following spells have new names in the new edition. The new names often reflect changes to the way the spells work, or simply better reflect what the spells do. Yeah, Wizards of the Coast always had trouble with editing. Okay, yeah, here's Astral Spell, so that becomes Astral Projection. Alright, let me look up the new Player's Handbook. Dungeon Master's Guide. Yeah, the digital copy. Let's see. I'm pretty sure Astral Projection's still in the game. Spell descriptions. Let's go. Handle Friendship, Animate Dead, Anti-Arcane, Astral Projection. Alright. Yeah, because here's Astral Spell, although they didn't italicize spell, so that's kind of why that's partly what threw me off. Yeah, so Astral Spell is now Astral Projection, which is in the new rulebook. That's fine. Well, I mean, yeah, in this case, I can't blame you if you fall asleep. I'll probably fall asleep in this own stream, but no, I don't doubt you'll be back. Let's see. All right, what we got here? So yeah, I'll say Astral Projection is severely limited. Oh, that reminds me. Yeah, some spells may actually have their properties entirely changed. Like, there's some spells that have properties changed between old 5th and new 5th edition. So I'm going to be careful about this, too. You know what? Just in case, let me actually look up the Player's Handbook from 1st edition. Right? That might actually be really helpful. Now, I think they broke up spells by spell level. It's not fully alphabetized. Oh. Okay, see spell casting. Spell explanations. They didn't indent clerics there. Lovely. And it's like the modern version of the AD&D book. Let's go with 64 for magic user. Notes regarding magic user spells. Oh, this is gonna be a real pain. Like that 6th level, 7th level, 8th level. And yeah, because back then you could have like a spell used by both clerics and wizards, but they'd be at different levels. And yeah, you had Illusionist as a kind of a separate class. Oh, this is gonna be a my 5th level, 6th, 7th, 8th. Here we go. Okay, so I found an Astral Spell. Okay, let's actually look this up, alright? Except as noted above, this spell is the same as the 7th level Cleric spell. Oh, you... It's... Like, they list spell level in the spell description anyway. Oh, this is going to be obnoxious. I'm going to say I might actually have 2 copies of this PDF open. Druid spells, no. Yeah, because I think at the time, clerics only cast spells up to 7th level. Okay, Astral Spell. By means of the Astral Spell, a cleric, or wizard, is able to project his or her astral body into the astral plane, leaving his or her physical body and material possessions behind on the prime material plane, the plane on which the entire universe and all its parallels have existence. Only certain magic items which have multi-plane existence can be brought into the astral plane. As the astral plane touches upon all of the first levels of the outer planes, the cleric can travel astrally to any of these outer planes as he or she wills. The cleric then leaves the astral plane, forming a body on the plane of existence he or she has chosen to enter. It is also possible to travel astrally anywhere in the prime material plane by means of the astral spell, but a second body cannot be formed on the prime material plane. As a rule, a person astrally projected can be seen only by creatures on the astral plane. At all times, the astral body is connected to the material by a silver cord. If the cord is broken, the affected person is killed astrally and materially. But generally, only the psychic wind can. The psychic wind can normally cause the cord to break. That's a new one on me. Like, I know there's a creature there called the Astral Dreadnought, and that was the origin for the Cackle Demon from the original Doom. What's the new version like? You and up to 8 willing creatures within range project your astral bodies into the astral plane. The spell ends instantly if you are already on that plane. Each target's body is left behind in a state of suspended animation as the unconscious condition, doesn't need food or air, and doesn't age. A target's astral form resembles its body in almost every way, replicating its game statistics and possessions. The principal difference in the addition of a silvery cord. Okay, so it looks like these spells do still behave much the same way. Any damage or other effects that apply to an astral form have no effect on the target's body and vice versa. If a target's body or astral form drops to 0 hit points, the spell ends on that target. Any damage or other effects that apply to an astral form have no effect on the target's body and vice versa. If a target's body or astral form drops to 0 hit points, the spell ends for the target. The spell ends for all the targets if you take a magic action to dismiss it. Duration until dispelled. Okay, yeah, if the cord fades from you after 1 foot, if the cord is cut, which happens only when an effect states that it does so, the target's body and astral form both die. Okay, yeah, so it does appear to be both the same. So, Dragon Magazine. Let's see. So, Astral Perfection is severely limited. The spell will function as long as travel by it is only through the astral plane and around London's plane. Any attempts to reach other planes, including the party's home, will fail. Actually, does the new version let you do that? Yeah, so it's talking about the cord and how your form appears. A target's astral form can travel through the astral plane. The moment an astral form leaves the plane, the target's body and positions travel along the silver cord, causing the target to re-enter its body on the new plane. Okay, so yeah, in this version, you don't create a new body then. At least not a new physical body. So I guess you can technically enter new planes. So I guess like if you're a wizard from Oath, the world of Greyhawk, you could astral project through the astral plane, find your way to the Forgotten Realms, to Toril, and then you'll just appear in a new body. I guess that's one way of doing it. Yeah, when the spell ends for a target who isn't dead, the target reappears in its body and exits a state of suspended animation. Okay, so that's, I guess, basically if you're still stuck in the astral plane. Yeah, the moment an astral form leaves that plane, the target's body and possessions travel along the silver cord, causing the target to re-enter its body on the new plane. Yeah, so, yeah, okay. So, yeah, some different wording, certainly, but otherwise, yeah, this alteration can remain the same. Okay, yeah, now Ceremony. Ceremony, I believe, was originally from Unearthed Arcana, like the various PDFs they've published over the years, which, these are all old now. But it was eventually republished in Xanathar's Guide to Everything. Yeah, let me open up Xanathar's and Tasha's Cauldron. Let's see. Spell casting. Invalid spells, identifying a spell. Right. I know there's a spell list. Where is it? Racial feats, which probably won't be a thing anymore. Encounter building. Oh, spell list, spell descriptions. Alright, I see it, I see it. Catapult. I don't think I've actually seen anyone use that before. Catnap? What the? You make a calming gesture and up to 3 willing creatures of your choice that you can see within range fall unconscious for the spell's duration. The spell ends on a target early if it takes damage or if someone uses an action to shake or slap it awake. If a target remains unconscious for the duration, the target gains the benefit of a short rest, and it can't be affected by the spell again until it finishes a long rest. When you cast a spell using a spell slot of 4th level or higher, you can target 1 additional willing creature for each slot level of 3rd. That actually doesn't sound so bad. Like, they've actually got a new spell like that, Arcane Vigor, but I think it's like self-only and you only get hit points back. Yeah, here you go. So yeah, here's the 5th edition version of Ceremony, which was not added to the new Player's Handbook for some reason. I don't really know why. Like, it's not a... Yeah, it's Calm, CA, Chain Lightning, CH, so they didn't add it. Yeah, you perform a special religious ceremony that is infused with magic. When you cast a spell, choose one of the following rites, the target of which must be within 10 feet of you through the casting. So, like, atonement. Like, so if someone goes way, way against their alignment, you know, they could seek out redemption, and you can atone them for that. Like, say, if a paladin falls, become like an oathbreaker, an anti-paladin, a blackguard, but then, you know, they eventually come back around to, like, the side of good, you can atone them of their sins. And, you know, this is like a more official way of creating blessed water. Actually, I don't think the new guidebook even has rules for making blessed water. I don't think so. What's this? Where am I? Dragon Magazine. Yeah, the one says Dragon, right? Ceremony, consecrate item, will not work because it implies the intention of the god or the deity's servants for the investiture of the holy aura. Holy symbol will not function for the same reason. I hope this spell's in the book. You got bless, you got command, create water, cure light wounds, 2nd level augury, chant. Exercise. Wait, really? I don't think I've seen that in later editions. There's commune. Yeah, I'm not sure where I'm going to find the source for the AD&D ceremonies. Actually, I got an idea. But did I still call this theme Player's Guide to Saltmarsh? No, I just want... Oh, wow, I never updated this. It's good that I didn't publish this yet. The City Beyond the Gate. Dragon Magazine. Let's see. City Beyond the Gate. Yeah, this is like my attempt at making a guide for another 5th edition adventure. Dragon Magazine, Mace of St. Cuthbert's, London, England. Is good enough, I guess. Oh, I thought, wow, I thought I exported it already. Try this again. That's better. That's better. That's better. Okay. And now I lost my train of thought. Oh, I remember now. I remember now. Yeah, I got. Okay, this is for second edition, but yeah, there's like a really big spell compendium. It was basically like pretty much like every spell ever for like second edition. And granted, third edition had one like this too. And a bit smaller, but yeah, third edition spell compendium. Basically anything that wasn't found in the core rulebooks. I hope this doesn't divide up by class though. Oh no, it does, because it says it right there. Wizard Spell Compendium. That might not help. Well, it might help later. Complete Wizard's Handbook. Tome of... The Complete Ninja's Handbook. Ah, crud. Yeah, I don't have a... I don't think I have a clerical version for... Alright, well, let's see what kind of comparison we can actually make anyway. Okay, so it's talking about Consecrate Item and Holy Symbol. Yeah, because the closest you have is like Bless Water. Dedication. Funeral Rite, Wedding. Yeah, because the reason why they say it won't work is because since you're on another world entirely, you lose connection to your deity. Like, for example, like Mistra is the primary goddess of magic in the Forgotten Realms, the one who tends to their arcane weave, but she has no authority in Oath or Kryn or Eberron or Earth. So, how should I word this? Ceremony. What do they call it? Bless water. That's not it. Bless water will not work because it implies the attention of the god or the deity's servants for the investiture of the holy aura. Atonement will not function for the same reason. I mean, maybe. Yeah, you touch one willing creature whose alignment has changed, and you make a DC 20 Wisdom Insight check. On a successful check, you restore the target to its original alignment. Blessed water, you touch one vial of water and cause it to become holy water. Coming of age, you touch one humanoid who is a young adult. For the next 24 hours, whenever the target makes an ability check, it can roll a d4 and add the number rolled to the ability check. A creature can benefit from this right only once. Dedication, you touch one humanoid who wishes to be dedicated to your god's service. Okay, how about I do this? That would make a bit more sense. For the next 24 hours, whenever the target makes a saving throw, it can roll d4 and add the number rolled to the save. A creature can benefit from this right only once. How about I do that? That might make a bit more sense. Dedication. Funeral Rite, you touch one corpse and for the next 7 days, the target can't become undead by any means short of a wish spell. Wedding, you touch adult humanoids willing to be bonded together in marriage. For the next 7 days, each target gains a +2 bonus to armor class while they are within 30 feet of each other. A creature can benefit from this right again only if widowed. Oh dear. It's a death to a Spartan indeed. Yeah, so... Dragon. What's... Okay, spiritual hammer, because commune and divination, those names remain the same. Spiritual hammer, I think that name was changed though. Let's see. Oh, wizard spells with new schools. Yeah, so yeah, spiritual hammer is now spiritual weapon. Actually, is that even in the new book? Because it was in the old 5th edition book. Yep, there is page 319. Yeah, spiritual weapon. You create a floating spectral force that resembles a weapon of your choice and lasts for the duration. The force appears within range in a space of your choice, and you can immediately make one melee spell attack against one creature within 5 feet of the force. On a hit, the target takes force damage equal to 1d8 plus your spellcasting ability modifier. As a bonus action in your later turns, you can move the force up to 20 feet and repeat the attack against a creature within 5 feet of it. And if you use a high-level spell slot, the damage goes up. Okay. Let's see. Commune, divination, and spiritual weapon will not function because the cleric is beyond the reach of his god for the time he is in London. The cleric will realize this before casting the spell. Yeah, because traditionally it wasn't so much Traditionally, you wouldn't even conjure a weapon of your choice. You conjure a weapon that your deity prefers. Like, say, if you were in a Norse-themed campaign and you're a cleric of Thor, your spiritual weapon would be a hammer, right? Or like say in Greyhawk, Nerul, the god of death and murder, his favorite weapon is a scythe because he's your typical Grim Reaper figure. Yeah, see, now this what the heck is a dust devil? Clairvoyance. Oh, nuts. Yeah, I don't. Let me check the. Yeah, I think if I didn't close this out. Let me just check the Wizard Spell Compendium anyway. Okay, we're in. Maybe I just. Bone growth? Confer. Bigby's crushing hand. Dancing. Okay, we're in the D section now. Solid. Yeah, there was a lot of spells released for the second edition. Maybe even more so than third, actually. And a lot of them aren't even combat spells. There's one spell that basically just creates a fan, like the kind like a ceiling fan, or at least the like a magical swirling wind equivalent to a ceiling fan. Yeah. Maybe I can find Dust Devil here to see what it does. Dust Current, Dusts of Death, Dwemer Boost, Dwemer Vortex, Dwemer Deny. Oh, I don't see it. I may have to read these at some point because Quintessa has a couple of spells that have Dwemer in their name. Granted, they don't really affect other spells; they affect magic items, but. Well, what does it say though? Dust Devil will fail 50% of the time because the connections between London's plane and the elemental planes are so tenuous that only the smallest and weakest elemental beings can find a path large enough to allow them passage. For this reason, all greater summoning, such as Aerial Servant, will fail. Okay, well, you know what? 5th edition does have this, right? They have actually I went too far. They have a bunch of different summon spells now. Yeah, so you got Summon Undead, Summon Fiend, Summon Fae, Summon Elemental. Okay, so I can do this for now. Summon Elemental will fail 50% of the time because the connections between London's plane and the elemental planes are so tenuous excuse me, that only the smallest and weakest elemental beings can find a path large enough to allow them passage. I'm gonna say, because which one's the I just noticed this is in alphabetical order as well, so I meant to fix that later. Okay, that's 4th level. What level are these summon spells, actually? Okay, Summon Aberration 4. Summon Beast 2. You call forth the bestial spirit and manifest in an unoccupied space that you can see within range. Yeah, I could just say all greater and lesser summon spells. That'll probably just be easier. At least for now. For this reason, all greater and lesser summonings, such as summon. I just go summon fiend. Will fail. Gate and we don't have that anymore. Negative plane protection. Although I think 3rd edition actually did try to bring it back at one point. Monsters. Yeah, they go from monster summoning to obscurement. There was. Yeah, because the idea was that you would protect yourself from like negative energy, like the kind that the undead are fueled by, and it kind of got overridden by Death Ward, I think. Yeah, I may actually have to pull up the 3rd edition Player's Handbook too. What we got? 3rd edition, 2nd, Dragon Magazine. Let's see, spells 196. Let's just say 240. Yeah, there's like some sort of death protection spell. I forgot the name of it. Yeah, Death Ward. The subject is immune to all death spells, magical death effects, energy drain, and any negative energy effects, such as from inflict spells or chill touch. This spell doesn't remove negative levels that the subject has already gained, nor does it affect the saving throws necessary 24 hours after gaining a negative level. I got Death Fog. Or, protection from evil. Resist fire, resist cold. Let's try this. Okay, it doesn't find death or it doesn't find mage armor. Now, because sometimes search functions don't work in certain PDFs. Oh, well, very hot start to the afternoon sounds nice. I mean, not if it's muggy from the rain cipher, but because yeah, it's very sunny here, but it's kind of cool. So, it could be worse because we had a bit of rain earlier. I think it's gotta be what they're talking about. Gate and negative plane protection will not function because of the separation of Earth from other planes. Okay, yeah, because I can understand the gate spell not working, but there was a negative plane protection spell though. Oh, did I just close out the list, didn't I? Yeah, it was one of the plane books. Like, Planar Handbook, I think. Wow, how far did I go? How did I end up on page 12? Planners. Spells. Spell lists. Negative energy aura. An aura of black, crackling negative energy surrounds you each round on your turn. Okay, so that's an offensive spell. That's not it. Yeah, here we go. Here's a 3rd edition version. Protection from negative energy. The warded creature gains partial protection against negative energy effects. Subtract 10 from the hit point damage dealt by any negative energy effect, such as an inflict spell that affects the warded creature. Negative energy effects that don't directly deal hit point damage, such as energy drain, affect the target normally. And you got protection from positive energy, because, yeah, 2-inch healing can actually be a very bad thing. Again, it's really more applies if you find yourself on the positive energy plane where you basically get healed so much you explode. I'm not kidding about that. Protection from negative energy. Yeah, negative plane protection. Those gotta be the same thing. What's the 5th edition version of Death Ward like? I'm pretty sure. I don't think they changed the name. Detect magic. Yeah, Death Ward. You touch a creature and grant a measure of protection from death. The first time the target would drop to 0 hit points before the spell ends. The target instead drops to 1 hit point, and the spell ends. If the spell in effect when the target is subject to an effect. If the spell is still in effect when the target is subject to an effect that would kill it instantly without dealing damage, that effect is negated against the target and the spell ends. It's not as good as the 3rd edition version, but well, and then again, this one lasts for 1 minute per cast level. This one lasts for 8 hours until used up. I could have sworn there's a spell called Delay Death. I mean, I could be wrong about that. I think there's Delay Poison. Death Watch. Deep Slumber. Deeper Darkness. Delay. Yeah, because like 5th edition doesn't really deal with negative energy anymore. Not that I'm aware of. So I don't think there's an equivalent to negative energy protection. I guess I'll just ignore that for now. Gate will not function because of the separation of Earth from other planes. You know, the exception being the actual physical gate the party goes through, right? Magical vestment will not work unless the cleric casting it has established in London an appropriately consecrated area of his own religion, at least the size of a chapel. Yeah, that was a cleric spell where you could, like, make ordinary clothing as effective as armor. That exists in 3rd edition, but not in 5th. So I can ignore that one. It's a shame though, but it was a nice spell at the time. Let's see. Word of Recall will not return a cleric to a sanctuary on a plane different from that of Earth. It is possible, though, for a sanctuary to be designated in the modern universe and thus allow the spell to be used there. So, like, for example, my cleric, Carenza Browen, designated an area in her family's brewery that she had recalled to. Alright, call woodland beings. I feel like there might be a version of that. Probably be this one, Conjure Animals. I think it's the closest equivalent. Call woodland beings is useless. There are no such beings to call in the vicinity of London. I mean, fair enough. I mean, I just get summon a squirrel, but that's about it. Yeah, so let's do that. Conjure. Yeah, but then again, you're not really summoning actual animals. You're just summoning spirits that look like animals. Yeah, you conjure nature spirits that appear as a large pack of spectral, intangible animals. In an occupied space you can see within range, the pack lasts for the duration, and you choose the spirit's animal forms such as wolves, serpents, or birds. If they're intangible, what do they do? Whenever the pack moves within 10 feet of a creature you can see, and whenever a creature you can see enters a space within 10 feet of the pack or ends its turn there, you can force that creature to make a dexterity saving throw. On a failed save, the creature takes 3d10 slashing damage. So they're intangible, but they still hurt. Yeah, I don't... Was it a call spell? Commune. Calm emotions. Burning hands. Call lightning. I guess technically with the new rule set it would still work then. It's probably on the Druid spells, wouldn't it? Speak with animals. Create water. Charm person. Call curious. Yeah, I'm not really sure what level the spell would be. Summon insects. Cure. Yeah, call woodland beings. By means of the spell, the druid is able to summon certain woodland creatures to his or her location. Naturally, this spell would only work outdoors, but not necessarily only in wooded areas. The druid begins the incantation, and the spell must be continued uninterrupted until some called creature appears, or 2 turns have elapsed. Only one type of the following sort of being can be summoned by the spell, and they will come only... Only if they are within range. Yeah, so it's... Okay, that's not really going to work. Not in this context. So I could probably just skip that part then. Chariots of Sestari conjure fire elemental and conjure earth elemental will not function because the elemental plane connections, as explained in this section on the cleric spell Dust Devil. Firestorm is likely partially elemental in source and will fail 25% of the time. Chariots, I don't know what that is. Clairvoyance, charm person. Let's see if I can look that up. Oh, I found something. Cyclone Chariot. Is that what they mean? The spell calls forth a whirlwind-like force of great strength. The Cyclone Chariot forms beneath the feet of the wizard and up to 8 other man-sized creatures. I think I can ignore most of this part then. Because, yeah, conjure fire elementals, conjure earth elementals. It's not going to be all that different from all greater summonings. But I can add this section about Firestorm, though. Firestorm, is it? That's still 2 words. Yeah, it's still 2 words. Okay, Firestorm is partially elemental in source and will fail 25% of the time. What does it actually say now? A storm of fire appears within range. The area of the storm consists of up to 10 10-foot cubes which you arrange as you like. Each cube must be continuous with at least one other cube. Each creature in the area makes a dexterity saving throw, taking 7d10 fire damage on a failed save, or half as much damage on a successful one. Flammable objects in the area that aren't being worn or carried start burning. I remember that wasn't necessarily the case in 3rd edition. Let's see. When a firestorm spell is cast, the whole area is shot through with sheets of roaring flame. The raging flames do not harm natural vegetation, ground cover, and any plant creature in the area that you wish to exclude from damage. Any other creature within the area takes 1d6 points of fire damage per caster level, maximum 20d6. Yeah, this is what I meant earlier when I said that certain spells were cast at different levels depending on the class. So if you were a druid, it's a 7th level spell. If you're a cleric, it's an 8th level spell. But if you're a cleric with a fire domain, like you worship a fire god, that's also 7th level. In which case you actually prepare with both spell slots. Actually, let me just check the old player's handbook. See what it says about this. When a firestorm spell is cast by a druid, a whole area is shot through with sheets of roaring flame, which are equal to a wall of fire in effect. Creatures within the area of fire and 1 inch or less from the edge of the affected area receive 2 to 16 hit points of damage, plus additional hit points equal to the number of levels of experience of the druid unless they make a saving throw, in which case they take only 1/2 damage. The area of effect is equal to 2 cubic inches per level of druid, and it's referencing the map itself. Like, if you hold a ruler onto the map. I've actually forgot all about that. I meant to look that up and how to translate that. I never got around to it. The height of storm is 1 or 2 inches. The balance of this area must be in length and width. I'm more tired than I thought I was. The reverse spell, Fire Quench, smothers double the area of effect of a firestorm with respect to normal fires. And with respect to magical fires, it has a 5% chance per level of the caster of extinguishing a magical fire, such as a firestorm, of proportions up to the normal area of effect of the non-reverse spell. Alright, sorry if I sped through that a bit. So, they all behave roughly the same, so yeah, I'll keep that in then. The whole partially elemental in nature. Reflecting Pool. I don't know what that is. Repel. And of course it's not listed. A reflecting pool will not be able to scry beyond the universe in which London lies. So wouldn't that just be the scry spell then? I think so. Oh. I'm trying to remember what page it was on. Because I feel like they just took all the different versions of Scry and just mashed it together into one spell. Yeah, focus. I can focus worth 1,000 or more gold pieces, such as a crystal ball, mirror, or a water-filled font. Crap, what was it called again? I am so out of it today. Reflecting Pool. Reincarnate. Weather Summoning. Feeble Mind, Fire Seed. Wall of Thorns. Unless it's on a Cleric spell. Find the Path. Part Water. I don't think it's a... Well, that might be under Control Water now. Okay, well, I'm not finding anything for search, so... Scry? Scrying devices. Come on, there's gotta be some sort of scrying spell for wizards at least, right? Certain spell immunity. Glass steel. They actually did kind of bring that back for 3rd edition, but it was like a material, not a spell. Let me check this. Alright, no. I don't see a search there either. Dual dimension. Delay blast fireball. Cackle demon. There you go. Oh, this is gonna be harder than I thought it was. Magic jar. Mordecai's faithful hound. Pass wall. Stone shape. There's gotta be some kind of scrying spell, right? I got an idea. How about crystal? Like crystal ball, right? Okay, locate object. Mind blank. Imprisonment. Non-detection. Oh, that doesn't help. Alright, well, what does it say? Yeah, would not be able to... I'll just call it scrying. How about that? Scrying will not be able to scry beyond the universe in which London lies. Can you actually use scrying to see other worlds anyway? I'm not even sure. You can see and hear a creature you choose that is on the same plane of existence as you. Yeah, so I don't think it's actually going to be an issue then. But I could have sworn there used to be spells that allow you to see into other worlds. I guess I could just hold on to it for now. Reincarnate will not result in the reincarnation of a character in a magical or semi-magical form, such as a faun, centaur, etc. that is not native to Earth. How does it work now, actually? I never really looked it up. Regenerate, reincarnate. Okay, you touch a dead humanoid or a piece of one. If the creature has been dead no longer than 10 days, the spell forms a new body for it and calls a soul to enter that body. Roll 1d10 and consult the table below to determine the body's species, or the DM chooses another playable species. So basically, yeah, they're kind of like the playable races now. So I guess say like Aasimar or Dragonborn, right? Does it reincarnate? Yeah. Such as an... How do you spell Aasimar? Aasimar, Dragonborn, etc. Yeah, and I just realized this whole thing is split between Cleric, magic user, and Illusionist. Oh, crap. Yeah, because like Druid was basically a subset. Well, yeah, it is Druid spells. Actually, kind of. I totally skipped that part, didn't I? Yeah, I think I'm just going to drop the whole class separation for now. At least for the moment. Yeah, because Druid was basically like a subset of Cleric, sort of, but they did have their own unique spells. And like Illusionist was a subset of Wizard, which isn't really the case anymore. I mean, it's a subclass. But of course, now Bards have their own spell list. Sorcerers have their own spell list, because Sorcerers weren't even a thing in AD&D. Same goes with Warlocks. And then, of course, you also got Paladins and Rangers. Oy. I, I think I should take a quick break and get myself some food, because I'm a little out of it. And yeah, this is a bit tougher than I realized. Yeah, coinage is going to be interesting too, because coinage in first edition was slightly different from third on up. Because yeah, I think it's been consistent since then. All right, let me take a break so get some food because I'm to keep myself from, like mumbling and whatnot. Sorry.
It's sometime in the future. The ultimate challenge. Crossfire. Crossfire. You get caught up in the crossfire. Crossfire. You get caught up in the crossfire. 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 You'll get caught up in it.
Hey, man, how's it going?
Not bad, not bad. No more cowboy ghosts, right? You gotta understand something. I ride the Clancers. I have the answers. I played Greek dodgeball with a Virgin Diddy. Just me, Marina Light Years, and a lot of shaking. Oh, sure, those bees need their honey, but I need gold gems. The professor cannot wait forever. The evil empire will not allow it. So, where you going?
Here's fine. New Mischief Makers, only on Nintendo 64. It's a
How much do you think this advanced operating environment is worth? Wait just 1 minute before you answer. Watch as Windows integrates Lotus 123 with Miami Vice. Now we can take this Ferrari and paste it right into Windows Right. Now how much do you think Microsoft Windows is worth? Don't answer. Wait until you see Windows Right and Windows Paint and then listen to what else you get at no extra charge. The MS-DOS Executive, an appointment calendar, a card file, a notepad, a clock, a control panel, a terminal, a print spooler, RAM driver, and can you believe it? Reversi. That's right. All these features in Reversi, all for just, how much did you guess? 500? 1,000? Even more? No, it's just $99. That's right. It's $99. It's an incredible value, but it's true. It's Windows from Microsoft. Order today. P.O. Box 286 DOS, except in Nebraska.
Harness the power of the elements and summon great forces in Golden Sun, The Lost Age. Rated E for everyone.
I thought you were going to summon some wind. Shut up.
Only for Game Boy Advance.
The world is under attack. Terror reigns from above. A madman is on the loose. And there's only one hero that can stop him. Hoverboy! From deep within a secret headquarters, the order is given.
He's a threat to capitalism. Santa Claus must be stopped.
And so begins another thrilling Hoverboy adventure. Filled with action, romance, and danger.
Look out! Eskimos!
You'll find it all in Hoverboy Destroys Christmas, the most amazing spectacle ever put to screen.
Ho, ho, ho! I'm going to deliver toys to children all over the world!
If you enjoy gripping adventure stories, we suggest this one. Hoverboy Destroys Christmas.
This Friday and Saturday, Ames is having a huge two-day sale. Thousands of items are on sale for the entire family. Get 50% off all shorts, 50% off all tank tops, 50% off all swimwear and beach towels, 50% off all aqua socks, 40% off all patio furniture, and 75% off all fine jewelry. Don't forget, thousands of items are on sale for the entire family. But hurry, this incredible sale is Friday and Saturday only. Ames, bargains by the bagful.
We went to the big guy.
We laid the whole thing out for him.
We told him we had this great idea for a new game called Sonic and Knuckles.
It's Knuckles in his own game. Plus, it has new technology.
Lock-on technology.
So you can play Knuckles in Sonic 2 and 3.
It's revolutionary.
He just laughed at us. So we sold the whole thing to Sega?
Who's laughing now? Batman!
Sega.
遊びの道に魂込めた一人の男が今日も行く真面目に遊ばぬ奴らには体で覚えさせるぞ背がたさんしろ背がたさんしろ背がさんたんしろ
I cannot live another day without air conditioning.
Says tomorrow's gonna be hotter.
Hotter?
Like yesterday.
Yesterday? Yesterday you said you'd call Sears.
I'll call today.
You call now.
I'll call now.
Now's the time to save on Sears installed central air conditioning. Get 0% finance charge, no billing, and no payments until October with the Sears Charge Home Improvement Plan. Call now for a free in-home estimate on a Kenmore air conditioning system. State-of-the-art engineering means greater energy efficiency. A new Kenmore could save 10 to 44% on your annual cooling costs. In time, even pay for itself. Sears also offers fast emergency installation, a 5-year warranty on parts and labor, plus our satisfaction guarantee. And you know Sears will be there to back it up. Get 0% finance charge, no billing, no payments until October. Offer ends July 31st, so call now and save with Sears.
So what's the paper say about tomorrow?
Another scorcher.
Cool.
16 years ago, the Viking spacecraft took this amazing picture of the planet Mars. Do you see a face? NASA says you're seeing a trick of light and shadow. Science writer and former NASA consultant Richard C. Hoagland says NASA is hiding the truth. Now, for the first time, see and hear secrets about the existence of extraterrestrial life that have been guarded behind the closed doors of NASA. In the important video, The Monuments of Mars, A Terrestrial Connection. See the amazing similarity between this face on Mars and the ancient Sphinx in Egypt. Learn what connects this part of the Martian landscape called Cydonia and this countryside near England's mysterious Stonehenge. Hear and see other scientific evidence that we have been visited by beings from other worlds. Order The Monuments of Mars, A Terrestrial Connection, a 90-minute video for $19.95. Act now to receive your personal copy.
A new motion picture will transform the summer of 1986 into an incredible adventure. Transformers, the movie. An epic story of good versus evil. This spectacular animated adventure stars Orson Welles as Unicron, Leonard Nimoy as Galvatron, Robert Stack as Ultra Magnus, Judd Nelson as Hot Rod, and Eric Idle as the Junkion warrior Wreck-Gar. Summer of 1986, the most exciting adventure in the universe is on planet Earth. Transformers, the movie. Coming this summer to a theater near you.
Alright, apologies for the wait. Yeah, it was a bit longer than I intended for it to be, but I felt like I was ready to pass out. It's kind of the thing that happens. Yeah, I guess it said in the description. Yeah, it was a really busy day today, so unfortunately, I really wasn't prepared for this kind of stream. Oops. Oh yeah, there's the Cacodemon spell right there. Okay, yeah. So I can skip the. All cantrips function normally. Yeah, because cantrips are handled a little bit differently in AD&D. They weren't really 0 level spells per se. I'm not really sure what the rules were for them, so I'll have to skip that part. And yeah, we already dealt with Astral Spell. I'm not sure. What is Cacodemon, though? Which book did I even see that in? Oh, I got a hit. Let's see. The Perilous Exercise in Dwemercraft summons up a powerful demon of type 4, 5, or 6, depending upon the demon's name being known to the magic user. Note that this spell is not of sufficient power to bring a demon of greater power, and lesser sorts are not called as they have no known names. In the event, the spellcaster must know the name of the type 4, 5, or 6 demon he or she is summoning, as the spell name implies. The demon so summoned is most angry and evilly disposed. Okay, so it's basically like Summon Fiend. So, already have that, yeah. Which actually means I probably have to pull up the, monster manual at some point. Because I don't think they really call them by types anymore. Yeah, so like here we go. So I got your Succubus, your Type 1 of Rock, Type 2 Hezro, Type 3 Glabrezo, Type 4 Nalfeshni. You know, you got the Type 6 Battlelord and Type 5 Merilith. It's quite the artwork back then. So yeah, I'm gonna need this later. Okay, I could probably. How many of these tabs can I take off in the moment? That should be good. Okay, what do we have? Dragonborn. Dragonborn, yes. Yeah, so I'll skip Cacodemon because that's basically falls on the summon elemental spells. I might even just have to rewrite that whole section and just talk about all the different summon spells, because again, there's all variety of them. But Cacodemon is basically like Summon Fiend, kind of. I mean, because I think 5th edition does have Planar Ally still. And Planar Binding. Yeah, here we go. Planar Ally. You beseech an otherworldly entity for aid. The being must be known to you, a god, a demon prince, or some other being of cosmic power. That entity sends a celestial, an elemental, or a fiend loyal to it to aid you, making the creature appear in an unoccupied space within range. If you know a specific creature's name, you can speak that name when you cast a spell to request that creature, though you might get a different creature anyway. DM's choice. Yeah, that's a cleric spell, and then planar binding is the wizard equivalent. Well, sort of. Yeah, how about I do that? But how am I going to word this? Because they did mention this earlier. Planar ally will not function as the outer planes cannot be contacted from Earth. I think that would make a bit more sense. And let's see, Conjure Elemental will not work as described for Dust Devil, so I could skip that. Contact other plane. I think that's still a spell. Will not work. See the cleric spell Commune. Oh, well. Commune, Divination. Contact other plane. I'm pretty sure that's still a spell. Right. I'm kind of just throwing out page numbers at random. Cordon of Arrows. Contagion. Conjure. Contact other plane. Alright, so at least that name stays the same. Oh, thank you, Pravma. Yeah, let's see if I can keep myself in order here. At least I feel much more alert now. Demand cease sending. Alright. Energy drain. Ooh, is that still a spell? Yeah, I probably should have the physical copy of the book open in my lap. That'll probably make things easier on me. Elemental. Yeah, I don't think they have energy drain anymore. Oh, well. Because I know it was in 3rd edition. There's like 2 versions. It was like energy drain and enervation, but I don't see either of them. What do we got for wizard spells? Because it was like high level. Oh, wait, no. Conjure minor elementals. That's actually a thing on its own. Conjure elemental. Hold up. Yeah, conjure elemental, conjure celestial, conjure barrage, conjure. Oh wow. You conjure nature's spirits that appear as a large pack of spectral, intangible animals in an unoccupied space you can see within range. Conjure minor elementals. You conjure spirits from the elemental space. The elemental planes that flit around you in a 15-foot emanation for the duration. How is this different from the summon spells? Conjure Fae. Conjure woodland beings. Didn't they mention that? I think they did. Yeah. Well, yeah, they got call woodland beings is useless. Yeah. Oh boy. Yeah, conjure elemental. Okay, I don't think we have distance distortion anymore, but how about I do this? Conjure and conjure and summon spells. Say the other planes. Yeah, I'm gonna probably specify this at some point. Yeah, because I mean, you can conjure barrage. You branch the weapon, use the cast a spell, and conjure similar spectral weapons that launch forward and then disappear. That's not quite the same thing as, like, you know, conjuring an elemental being or conjuring a celestial. You conjure a spirit from the upper planes, which manifests as a pillar of light, and a 10-foot raised, 40-foot high cylinder centered on a point within range. For each creature you can see in the cylinder, choose which of these lights shine on it. Healing light or searing light. So I guess the idea is that when you, like, say you conjure a celestial, it's not like a physical body, but it's more like some spirit that does things. Whereas, like, if you summon a celestial, you get some spirit in, like, in a physical form. That seems to be the case. Yeah, like with conjure woodland beings, you conjure nature's spirits that flit around you in a 10-foot emanation for the duration. Okay. Demand cease sending. Okay, so let's combine. Are those spells? Detect magic. Dancing lights. Death. Delay blast. Demiplane. I don't see demand. Do we have sending? Okay, we do have the sending spell at least. Let's see. Yeah, I don't see demand listed in this. Sending. You send a short message of 25 words or fewer to a creature you have met or a creature described to you by someone who has met it. So it's not quite telepathy, but yeah, you basically just send them a message. What the heck does demand do then? You know, assuming the spell's in this book, which it might not be. No, I don't see it. Sending. That's it. Alright, well, I guess I'll skip that one then. See, this one's easy. This one's easy, because we still have that spell. Draw Midge's instant summons. Yeah, it's on page 266 of the new book. Draw Midge's instant summons will not work for items on other planes. Does it still do that? Thereafter, you can take a magic action to speak the object name and crush the sapphire. The object instantly appears in your hand regardless of physical and planar distances, and the spell ends. Okay, yeah, so that's still valid then. Yeah, so yeah, I don't think there's an energy drain spell in 5th edition. Energy drain will not function because it requires a stronger connection to the negative material plane than the modern world possesses. Alright, what's ensnarement? Oh, here we go. Planar binding. Alright, that's easy. Planar binding will create a planar opening elsewhere on London's plane, and a random human, animal, or alien will step through it rather than the targeted creature. The spell will continue to function as though the desired being had been ensnared, though. Alright, let's try to look this one up. 305. Okay, you attempt to bind a celestial, an elemental, a fae, or a fiend to your service. The creature must be within range for the entire casting of the spell. Typically, the creature is first summoned into the center of the inverted version of the magic circle spell to trap it while the spell is cast. At the completion of the casting, the target must succeed on a saving throw. Yeah, this works a little bit differently in this version. Like, you're not actually summoning a creature, you're just binding one that's already been summoned. Ensnarement. I guess it's not in this book then. Unless I spelled it wrong. Yeah, see, this would be more appropriate for planar ally. But planar ally wouldn't even make any sense. I'll leave that there for now. But I probably have to just take that part off. Find familiar. I don't know what I hit. I must have hit Control N by mistake. And find Steve, the Paladin version, will locate no special familiars, and the only normal familiars available in the vicinity of London will be black cats, crows, and okay, hold up. Treat all other results as no familiar available. Likewise, find steed will only find ordinary riding horses. I mean, you know, I don't know how many horses there are in London, but gate will not function. We did that already. Invisible Stalker will not function. See Cleric spell Dust Devil. Let's see. There's Invisible Stalker, which now summon Invisible Stalker. Is that still a thing? So that's Summon Undead, Summon Fae, Summon Fiend. Yeah, that's not a spell anymore. Unless it's under Invisible Stalker, but probably not. Invisibility. That's it. Insect Plague. Yeah, so I'm not going to worry about that one then. Leomund's Secret Chest. I'm pretty sure that's still as is. Yeah. Leomund's Secret Chest. If sent from the home universe, cannot be retrieved. Okay. In London, if one is placed in the ethereal plane from the modern world, it will be lost if the caster does not retrieve it before going home. Huh. Magic Mirror has limited... Oh, okay. Let's look that up. Magic Mirror? No, I still don't have anything popping up. Magic Resistance. Yeah, I'm guessing make Magic Mirror was the wizard's version of the scrying spell now. Yeah, monster. Okay, well, I'll skip the one about monster summons for now. Maze will fail 25% of the time, but when successfully cast, it will have double duration because the isolation of London's universe allows a larger extra dimensional maze to form. Oh my, yeah, because that spell is still in the game. 296. Yeah, you banish a creature that you can see within range into a labyrinthine demi-plane. The target remains there for the duration or until it escapes the maze. The target can take a steady action to try to escape. When it does so, it makes a DC 20 intelligence investigation check. If it succeeds, it escapes and the spell ends. When the spell ends, the target reappears in the space to the left, or if that space is occupied, in the nearest unoccupied space. So, yeah, so in this case, it'd be like concentration up to 20 minutes. Huh. Yeah, monster summonings will not work because there are no monsters in or near London, but I think it's basically just covered by the section on summon spells anyway. Protection from normal missiles. Alright. That was in 3rd edition under a different name. Although they don't have it listed here. But yeah, there was a spell by that name. Protection. Protection from evil, protection from law, protection from arrows. That's what it is. Yeah, it's kind of a misnomer though. Yeah, the warrior creature gains resistance to ranged weapons. The subject gains damage reduction 10/magic against ranged weapons. This spell doesn't grant you the ability to damage creatures with similar damage reduction. Once the spell is prevented a total of 10 points of damage per caster level, maximum 100, it is discharged. Yeah, that's not in 5th edition though. Unfortunately. And I don't know why though. They got protection from poison, protection from energy, protection from evil and good. That's about it though. So I can skip that one. Reincarnation, took care of that. Sending. Oh yeah, they mentioned sending before. Can you send the spell to other planes? Sending access to London is 6 planes removed from any other prime material alternate due to its isolation. Sendings beyond the prime material also operate with a 6-plane initial handicap. I think the spell is a bit simpler than that. Okay, this will be on 314. Here we go. Okay, you send a short message of 25 words or fewer to a creature you have met or a creature described to you by someone who has met it. The target hears the message in its mind, recognizes you as the sender if it knows you, and can answer in a like manner immediately. The spell enables targets to understand the meaning of your message. You can send the message across any distance and even to other planes of existence, but if the target is on a different plane than you, there is a 5% chance that the message doesn't arrive. You know if the delivery fails. Upon receiving your message, a creature can block your ability to reach it again with the spell for 8 hours. If you try to send another message during that time, you learn that you are blocked and the spell fails. You know, magical Twitter, right? Okay, yeah, so there is an issue if you try to cross planar boundaries, but I don't think it really matters how many boundaries. I mean, I could just bump it up to, say, 30%, right? Let's see if there's a 3rd edition version. Oh, welcome back, Daniel. Yeah, I'm glad you're feeling better because, well, I am a little bit. Ugh. I can't talk about. Well, there's the demand spell right there. Okay, demand is 8th level. This spell functions like sending, but the message can also contain a suggestion, which the subject does its best to carry out. A successful will save negates the suggestion effect, but not the contact itself. Yeah, I don't think 5th edition has anything like that. You got anti-magic field, antipathy/sympathy, but that's different. Befuddlement, clone, demiplane, dominate monster, but that was a different spell. Mind blank, that's totally different. Reverse gravity, sequester. Yeah, I don't think 5th edition has a demand spell. Alright, well, let's see what we're going to find about sending. Yeah, a bit of a late message there, but yeah, you contact a particular creature with which you are familiar and send a short message of 25 words or less to the subject. The subject recognizes you if it knows you. It can answer in like manner immediately. A creature with an intelligence score as low as 1 can understand the sending, though the subject's ability to react is limited as normal by its intelligence score. Even if the sending is received, the subject is not obligated to act upon it in any manner. If the creature in question is not on the same plane of existence as you are, there is a 5% chance that the sending does not arrive. Local conditions on other planes may worsen this chance considerably at the option of the DM. Alright, so it's kind of a halfway point. I think that's what I'll do. Let's see. Where am I? Sending. Here you go. Acts as though London is 6 planes removed from any other material alternate due to its isolation. Sendings beyond the material plane. Yeah, what was I saying about being alert? Also operate with this 6 plane initial handicap. Didn't I just write 6 planes twice? I.e. If one sends a message to an elemental plane, there's a base 35% chance of an unsuccessful sending. I.e. if one sends a message, 5% times 6 plane removal handicap, plus 5% for an actual planar displacement. I'll just keep it as is for now. If one sends a message to an elemental plane, there is a base 35%, 5% times 6 plane removal handicap, plus 5% for an actual planar displacement of an unsuccessful sending. Oh, UN 2 C's. Wall of stone will meld into concrete slabs and bricks, as well as clay bricks, cinder blocks, and asphalt. Alright, purely illusionary spells, phantasmal force, create illusion, and the like work automatically on all natives of London. No saving throw allowed as noted above. so I'll skip that part. Astral Spell, we did that. Demi Shadow Magic and Shadow Magic. I don't think those are spells anymore. I think those are class features for somebody. Like there was like a Shadow Sorcerer in Xanathar's Guide. Yeah, of course I can't find page 0. What am I doing? Let's see, where's Sorcerer? Yeah, Shadow Magic, page 50. Eyes of the Dark, Strength of the Grave, Hound of Ill Omen, Shadow Walk, that used to be a spell. Umbral Form. Or maybe that's an illusion feature. Because something about this sounds very familiar to me. Yeah, here we go. Be 175. You have learned to weave shadow magic into your illusions to give them a semi-reality. When you cast an illusion spell with a spell slot, you can choose one inanimate, non-magical object that is part of the illusion and make that object real. You can do this on your turn as a bonus action while the spell is ongoing. The object remains real for 1 minute, during which it can't deal damage or give any conditions. For example, you can create an illusion of a bridge over a chasm and then make it real and cross it. Yeah, so I think they took like the... Well, where's the 3 Player's Handbook? Oh, I don't think they really call it like Demi Shadow though, but Death, Delayed Blast, Demand. Yeah, this is a 3rd edition version. Oh, what was it? Like Shadow something something. Yeah, here you go. Shadow Evocation, Shadow Conjuration, and they had greater versions. Yeah, you use material from the you use material from the plane of shadow to shape quasi-real illusions of one or more creatures, objects, or forces. So that's basically been locked into the wizard illusion subclass. Huh. Yeah, shadow monsters, demi-shadow monsters, and shades will produce monsters that have 1/2 the given hit points and inflict half the given damage against victims who make their saving throws due to the remote position of London with respect to the plane of shadow or the shadow fell. I don't think that really applies anymore. Yeah, because I don't really deal with a lot of summoning spells in 5th edition. And yeah, Shadow Walk isn't a spell anymore. That's a class feature. Yeah, you gain the ability to step from one shadow into another. When you are in dim light or darkness as a bonus action, you can magically teleport up to 120 feet to an unoccupied space you can see that is also in dim light or darkness. Yeah, Shadow Walk will function correctly only 50% of the time. 25% of the time it will fail outright, and the other 25% of the time it will leave the Illusionist and his companions, if any, stranded on the borders of the plane of shadow. Yeah, because you used to be able to use Shadow Walk to travel to other worlds. Summon Shadow. Okay, I think it would... Vision. Is Vision a spell? Yes, like a lot of spells have had their names changed, had their properties changed, been split up or merged together. Vampiric Touch, Vicious Mockery, Vitriolic Sphere. I don't see it. Let's see. Unholy Word. Wizard Eye, Wizard Lock. I don't see Vision here either. What does this do? Now, yeah, it says Vision will not function, see Cleric Spell Commune, so maybe they just dropped it. I think for the most part that takes care of the magic section then. I mean, yeah, I have to go over this and fine-tune this a little bit, but Yeah, it's kind of like Soul Calibur 6, where like a lot of moves have their properties changed, were dropped, were added. Like it does make it difficult to get back into the older games. Like at least with Street Fighter, Ryu still fights like Ryu, like ever since the very first game. So at least in terms of move inputs. All right. Yeah, there's closing information. So, because yeah, this is from the thumbnail. So I would like to actually get into the scenario at some point. But yeah, because you got this adventure that takes place in the modern world, there was a whole lot of rules being applied, right? All right. Closing information. Characters. And then apply the subheader. We'll probably travel on foot for the majority of this adventure. Assume for this purpose that PCs travel at a constant rate of 4, I think it's usually capitalized, right? 4 miles per hour for large scale tracking. Otherwise, use standard movement rates for dungeon scale. Yeah, because that was a thing we kind of learned about the other day, sort of. Or at least maybe I learned it in between sessions. Yeah, 'cause I pointed out earlier that a lot of movement was measured in inches. Like, so they don't literally mean that your character's moving like 1 inch. They mean like say 1 inch on the game board, like on the map. But that 1 inch will mean something else depending on if you're inside a dungeon or if you're outside, apparently. I think third edition helped make that a bit more consistent. So like say if you're moving like 30 feet in the wilderness, or 30 feet in a dungeon, or 30 feet in the city, it's all the same. And so I'll just make 6 squares. Yeah, so I don't know what else to say for dungeon scale, but I'll have to change that at some point. Of course, chases, running and hiding, and the like will alter these. I cannot type today. Movement rates. Characters will eventually encounter British economics while in London if the DM is doing his job correctly. Oh dear. The British pound sterling. Let's see if I can just copy and paste this maybe. You know, I got an idea. It'll probably be easier if I copy and paste this into Notepad first. That way I can avoid any kind of undue formatting. Is made up of 10 shillings, each of which is in turn composed of 10 pennies or pence. Now, granted, I'm not sure if that's even still true, but this adventure does take place in 1985, so I'm going to leave this as is. Most prices in the modern milieu should equal the player's handbook gold piece price in pounds, except where such prices would be ridiculously high or low. Peddlers and costers will sometimes sell their goods at substantial discounts. Okay. Let common sense be your guide here. And remember that for most consumer goods, British prices are close to American ones. At the time that this module takes place, June 1985, 1 pound is roughly equal to $1.33. If the DM wishes to have more contemporary values, he should check with local banks on the current exchange rates. Or, you know, just look it up on a search engine, right? Just Google it. But that wasn't really a thing back then. I mean, yeah, say whatever you want, Daniel. I don't mind. Yeah, and I'm sorry if I'm not really looking at the chat all that often, because it's like my laptop is almost behind me, but not quite. So it's like a little over 40-degree turn for my head. Where am I? Adventurers will probably be unfamiliar with the concept of paper money, traveler's checks, and bank accounts, but coins from a D&D universe are not going to be valid currency in London. Now, granted, there are some like East Asian inspired sayings like Oriental Adventures that did introduce paper money, and so did Third Edition's Epic Level Handbook in the form of favors, as they were called, because they were I don't want to say minted, but they were created by like a church dedicated to a god of financing. So, for example, like you could exchange 1,000 gold pieces for, I think, a prayer. I think 10,000 was a psalm, and 100,000 gold would get you a benediction. And outside the church, it was used as a kind of form of high-level currency. PCs must exchange their coins for pounds if they intend to spend their money in the city. The following exchange rates will be in effect for the duration of the party stay in London. Roll variations in exchange rates every few days or so in order to simulate various current economic pressures and shifts. And it wouldn't surprise me if people just ignore this part. But D&D coin value in British pounds. Okay, so I am going to be a little bit pedantic about this, because I tried to mention earlier that the coin values in first and second edition was a little bit different compared to third and beyond. Why do I keep looking for page 0? Let's see what I can find about coins. Encumbrance, combat, experience points, communication, invisible movement, encumbrance, hirelings. Okay, eco money, page 35. Okay, yeah, so you got your starting gold here. The monetary system. The basic yield exchange is the gold piece, GP hereafter. There are coins of lesser and greater value, and these are shown on the table below. It is also common to use gems of various sorts and values as coin. Thus, 200 copper pieces equal 20 silver pieces equal 2 election pieces equal 1 gold piece equal half a platinum piece. Yeah, this is going to be a little bit different. So this is how it used to be. 10 CP equals 1 SP. 20 SP equals 1 gold piece. 2 EP equals 1 gold piece. That's still true. 1 PP equals 5 gold pieces. And then this is from 3rd edition beyond. 10 copper equals 1 silver. That's still true. 10 silver equals 1 gold. 2 electrum equals 1 gold. 1 platinum equals 10 gold. Oh, yes, that's true. Yeah, you did ask for this, but I mean, yeah, I don't mind doing it. My only problem is I was just very surprisingly busy this morning, so yeah, I kind of did everything last minute. that's why I kind of botching everything here. But yeah, in 3rd edition, money was like largely more decimal based, like just like 10, 10, 10. And that's why you also don't see electrum pieces all that often outside of Greyhawk. Yeah, assume that the size and weight of each coin is relatively equal to each other coin, regardless of type. Yeah, like say in 3rd edition, 50 coins of any type would weigh 1 pound. So the volume of yeah, so I think platinum has just doubled in volume since then, and so did silver, right? Yeah, because you usually need 20 silver to get 1 gold. Now you only need 10, so it doubled. And originally you need 5 gold to have 1 platinum. Now you need 10 gold. So silver times 2, platinum times 2. Which, I mean, granted, the value of like gold, silver, and platinum on, say, Greyhawk or the Forgotten Realms isn't going to match Earth regardless, so how am I going to do this? Copper, 1 to 5 shillings per 10 copper pieces. Do they capitalize? I think they still capitalize it. Actually, I don't know. What do we got for equipment? Yeah, I think I know this by now. Yeah, they capitalize it. GP, CP, that kind of thing. Silver. 6 pounds plus 1d4 per silver piece. So if it doubled in value, let's say 12 plus 2d4 per silver? Wait, wouldn't that mean that copper pieces have doubled in value as well then? Okay, hold up. 1 gold piece equals 20 silver, which would be 200 copper. Yeah, I guess I would double the value of copper as well then, technically. Whereas here, 1 gold piece equals 10 silver equals 100 copper. Yeah, so basically, it's not so much that copper, silver, and platinum doubled in value, it's that gold got cut in half. Okay. In that case, I can do 6, 1d4, electrum, see below, there, gold. So instead of 150 plus 1d10, I'll do 75 plus 1d5 per gold piece. Platinum, 320 plus 1d20 per platinum piece. Then again, I'm not even sure if that really works because, like I said, the relational value between gold, silver, platinum is not the same on Earth as it is in D&D games. Like, I know traditionally gold and platinum have been a little bit closer to each other. I think maybe I'll just keep it as is then. Whereas, typically gold would be like way above silver. Alright, well. That was all pointless, but I'll just delete the pound sign too. Electrum is a gold-silver alloy that is rarely seen or used. Assume that most banks will be unfamiliar with it and will not be willing to trade pounds for Electrum coins. I'm pretty sure Electrum is a proper word, though. I don't know why it's getting flagged by the spell check. If a jeweler or a metalsmith is contacted, Electrum may be sold for varying amounts, 10 to 100 per Electrum piece. Fantastic metals like mithril or adamantine, because adamantite really isn't a thing in 5th edition, will bring varying prices depending upon the DM's whims. American Express and other similar institutions located throughout London will give 100% of cash value. Jewelers and others will offer 60%. Either way, even the poorest character will be well off here thanks to the gold-rich and inflationary economies of most fantasy campaign worlds. Out of curiosity, because Quintessa has 50 platinum pieces on hand, 50 times 320 plus, let's see, 1. Breaking down my graphic calculator here. So her platinum pieces will be worth, on average, 16,525 pounds in 1985. So I don't know what that is after inflation. But yeah, she'd definitely be doing really well. And that's not even taking into account her, I think, 20 mithril embers. A coin that's like part mithril but part cinnabar. So it's got this like hot orange, like it looks like a glowing charcoal or like a glowing ember, glowing coal, that kind of thing. Hence the name. Let's see. Thieves, let me rephrase that. Rogues, although thief is a subclass now, are going to have trouble with modern cylinder locks since they are beyond medieval state of the art. I don't think that's entirely true. Like, I believe combination locks actually have been around for quite a while, but hey, granted, most D&D settings really aren't even medieval. They're more like Renaissance. To simulate the impact of this new technology, we'll have on rogue PCs do the following. For the purposes of picking modern locks, all rogues, and I gotta capitalize that now. Where am I now? All rogues are regarded as being first level. Oh, well, yeah, I don't know if levels actually capitalized or not. Yeah, because like your ability to like pick locks really isn't level dependent. Well, it kind of is when you take into account the proficiency bonus. As regard as being first level. Wait, how can I word this? How about this? Are treated as being first level with regards to proficiency bonus to these tools, right? For each modern lock they successfully pick, they regain 1 level of experience in lock picking until they return to their original level of expertise. Combination locks will stymie rogues with an intelligence of less than 15, but those with an intelligence of 15 or better will progress as with normal locks, except that they cannot... What the heck did I do? That they cannot progress farther than 2 levels below their actual level for picking combination locks. Yeah, I think it's largely based back when things were more percentile dice based, not really so much D20 rolls. The location and disarming of traps is another matter entirely. Until informed by anyone familiar with what technological burglar detection / prevention devices look like, rogues will have no chance whatsoever to detect them, let alone remove them. However, once a rogue is given a sufficiently detailed and accurate description, the detection of technological traps such as photo sensors and motion detectors is handled in the same manner as lockpicking, when instructed by one who is knowledgeable in how to disarm such a unit. The rogue will still have only a 10% chance to deactivate it. Dexterity and racial bonuses. I don't know if racial is actually capitalized or not. Then again, they call them species now. I forgot about that. This feels dirty. Species. Or a special. Special a word? I guess. Well, probably. I think the closest spelling to special would be special, but. Well, I'm not really sure how a strawberry can hug you, because strawberries don't usually have arms. I mean, do they grow on vines? I don't really know enough about strawberries. But I know how you feel, Daniel. Like, usually if I have like a really high fever, I'll just start like laughing uncontrollably for like nothing at all. So I get it. I get it. Yeah, just go species bonuses. Where am I? Do not apply here. Failure on this roll indicates that the device is immediately set off. On a larger scale of problems, there are the following. First, there is a time differential between the two sides of the gate. The ratio is roughly 1 day London to 1 month D&D universe. And I'm going to go ahead and say that's actually not really true, because later on in the adventure they actually do give approximate dates for, you know, when the two sides of the gate were built, and it doesn't really come out to like 1 day per month. It's more like 1 month per year. And actually, since I got my graphing calculator nearby, I had to look for it again. I can always double check the math later. So I'm going to do that. Roughly 1 month to 1 year. That should add up better. We'll hopefully get to it in time. Thus, if PCs spend any significant length time in London, they may be thought dead, and the usual procedures, reading of wills, selling of property, whatever else is done, depending on the milieu, will be performed. Yeah, and if I remember correctly, that happened to Bilbo at the end of The Hobbit, because he was gone for like a year and a day. The PCs will not find any information that suggests that this time differential exists before they step through the gate. Let them find out on their own. This is unlikely to occur, though, because... let's see here. Okay. This is unlikely to occur, though, because of the second problem. Because of this universe's isolation from the magical energies of the multiverse, those influences which allow D&D game characters to be more powerful than modern men will be lacking. Like a vitamin deficiency weakening a person's body. The lack of these vital environmental factors will eventually cause a loss of energy experience levels in PCs who remain in London too long. After the first month, should the party stay so long, all characters will begin to lose 1 level per week until they return to their home universe. Excursions to the astral or oh boy. I can see why I never got any kind of a secretary job or the like. Excursions. But I'm also trying to type as fast as I normally talk, so. And it's kind of failing either way. On a one-time basis, delay this weakening for 1 month, but will not prevent it. Once home, characters will immediately start to regain levels at the same rate at which they were lost. I spelled weakening wrong again. One further point before the adventure begins. I don't even know what page we're on anymore. The map provided covers but a small portion of the city of London, although many major sites of interest are included. Characters may express an interest in wandering beyond the edges of these maps. It is not recommended that they be allowed to do so, even if you, the DM, have the resources and inclination to let them gallivant all over the British Isles. You know, it's kind of like the kind of like Metro City and Street Fighter 6's World Tour mode. There's some spots you just cannot visit. They have a mission to complete, and they will start to feel weak after a while. Yeah. I mean, I think a while is one word, but I know in some cases it could have a different meaning, like a part and a part, right? They're kind of like two different concepts. Well, I'll just keep it as that. So short circuit the PCs anytime they try to move outside the module's area of focus. The sudden appearance of blue police vans in front of the party is a most effective, if unsubtle, means of accomplishing this. Even encounters that might have otherwise been mere casual run-ins can become important enough to distract the players. And now I'm reminded of Pokemon Black and White 2, where you were barred from reaching a certain area because there's like a line of guys just dancing for no reason, and they even admit they may leave for no reason, except they weren't even dancers. They were just a line of fat guys just shuffling about. I mean, how blatant can you get with that kind of concept? Modern city, full of the hustle and bustle of the crowd and the crown. There will always be something happening somewhere, something to interest the party. Can I just scroll down? Thank you. Keep them interested in London. Don't give them a chance to... I think they mean... No, I guess they mean wonder about areas not on the map. I thought they meant wander with an A. Good luck. And now, ellipses. The city beyond the gate. Holy frig, how many pages is this? 9 pages! 9 pages just a... Oh, wait. Hold on. I forgot to export. Let's try to update this properly. $11 pages just to describe all this stuff happening. Like all the little alterations you have to prepare ahead of time. And that's not even taking into account like the little maps and other visual guides. I didn't even include those yet. Bloody hell. What kind of font should I use for... Because that goes beyond the normal subheader. Let's see, UA title. Do I have a UA header? Yeah, this one, that one right up there. Okay. Let's try this. The city beyond the gate. The scenario. There. So I will make this the subheader and make this header. Yeah, that should be alright. That should be alright. What's the font size of it? Is that really 18? Okay. And it's not bold. I don't think that's actually an underline. Like I don't think that's the traditional underline option. I think that might be just like some aspect of the paragraph. All right, I'll leave that. I'll leave that be. Yeah, that should be okay. Right. There are a number of possible opening scenarios, but they are almost all variants of two basic situations given below. 1. Over the course of several adventures, the adventuring party accumulates a number of scraps of information regarding the mace. Most are legend and hearsay, but 2 or 3 seem to suggest the location of the mace's hiding place, and 1 hints of an extraplanar location. Research on the little solid information available yield. Oh man, my fingers are still kind of thin too, so I don't know why I keep stumbling like this. Yields the location of a small island relevant to the quest in a nearby sea or ocean. Where did I put my drink? Because when I took that break, I ate like 4 frozen microwaved White Castle sliders, so I'm having some indigestion now. Whew. 2. In exchange for a needed resurrection I think regeneration is still a spell. I'm pretty sure it is. Polymorph, shape change, reincarnate, regenerate. Alright, yeah. A creature you touch regains 48 plus 15 hit points. For the duration, the target regains 1 hit point at the start of each of its turns, and any severed body parts regrow after 2 minutes. Okay. But it takes 1 minute to cast a spell, so it's not something you're going to be doing in combat. In that case, did they call it Resurrect or Resurrection? Yeah, Resurrection. I mean, I guess I could just leave it as regeneration, but... Or similar favor. The party undertakes the recovery of the mace for a high-level cleric or deity's servant. The adventurers are given an enigmatic map which displays an island and gives its approximate location. Optionally, the party may be... I don't even know. Actually, I know the spell. I don't really know how to pronounce that. Oh, Geist? By the... Crap. By the cleric to perform the mission. In either case above, it is up to the party to obtain a ship or other passage to the island, as well as appropriate equipment to conduct the search for the mace. Again, let me look at... Yep, here we go. Geis, Geas, I don't know. Level 5 enchantment, bard, cleric, druid, paladin, wizard, so pretty much almost everyone. You give a verbal command to a creature that you can see within range, ordering it to carry out some service or refrain from an action, or a course of activity as you decide. The target must succeed on a wisdom saving throw or have the charmed condition for the duration. The target automatically succeeds if it can't understand your command. While charmed, the creature takes 5d10 psychic damage if it acts in a manner directly counter to your command. If it takes this damage no more than... it takes this damage no more than once each day. You can issue any command you choose, short of an activity that will result in certain death. Should you issue a suicidal command, the spell ends. A remove, curse, greater restoration, or wish spell ends the spell, using a high level spell slot. If you use a level 7 or 8 spell slot, the duration is 365 days. If you lose a level 9 spell slot, the spell lasts until it's ended by one of the spells mentioned above. Yeah, normally it's 3 days. Oh, welcome, Rocky. Oh, yeah, glad you're doing well. Yeah, I had some trouble here and there, especially getting the whole stream even started, but I'm finally getting to the adventure proper this time, so... Alright, the Gates Island. At the location given in their sources, the characters do find an island. Man, I really do have some heartburn here. Approximately half a mile long north to south, it has a lagoon guarded by 2 high cliffs to the northeast, promontories, alright, at both the north and south ends, and a high plateau in the center. Some forested areas exist, especially around the base of the plateau. You know, considering the words right in front of me, you think I have an easier time spelling, right? But the Isle, especially since I got a background in website design, but the Isle is predominantly grass-covered or white sand beach. Upon the plateau can be seen a simple white house, while on the south cliff a small temple-like building stands in partial ruin. EAU. The lagoon is the best place to anchor a ship, as it is sheltered and calm. It's clear waters revealing white sand and no dangers below. Upon the parties anchoring here or at any other spot off the island, for that matter, 2 young women will be seen on the shore hailing the ship. Both are red-haired and beautiful, and will introduce themselves as Salvana and Lilith, not their real names. They request that all seekers for that which is of law accompany them to their humble home. They are modest and kind, and are actually Type 5 demons polymorphed into human shape. Alright, what was it? Where did I put that monster manual? Oh dear. Yeah, because Mariliths are really, really powerful. Like, there was no challenge rating in AD&D, so you kind of just got what you got. Yeah. Another of the female demons with a multi-armed female torso atop the body of a great snake. Type 5 demons are taller than a large man and far more terrible. Their 6 arms are all able to use weapons. They're just gonna throw Mariliths right off the bat. Oh, jeez. Marilith. And are actually Mariliths. Polymorphed into human shape. Oh, how does this look? Okay, we got... So how about I do this? So armor class -1/-5. Armor class -5/-7 tail. I guess that's what that means. Construct the villain. Because I've never really looked through these kind of monster stat blocks before. And that goes straight on to Balor. Yeah, lower level demons greatly fear the dominating and cruel Mariliths. All these creatures have names which can be used to aid in negotiations. Demons of this type are likely to desire the sacrifice of strong warriors to them. So yeah, I'm guessing like their bodies and their tails have different armor class values back then. I don't think that's really the case anymore. Movement 12 inches. 12 inches. Hit dice 7+7. Okay, that's still the same. Hit points 40. I don't think it lists it. Yeah, it doesn't really mention that. Yeah, 40 and 43. Am I not? Yeah, he just says 7 plus 7. Whereas, like, say with with the Demon Lord of Knowles, I can't pronounce his name. He's got just a flat 100 hit points. All right, what else we got? Attack: 6 weapons, 1 constrict. Damage by weapon. Magic resistance is 80%. Okay, give me a moment because I don't have a PDF version of the... Wait, no. Well, okay, let me rephrase that. Yeah, I don't have a PDF version of the new monster manual, but I do have it next to me. I thought it would still be on my shelf. Because, you know, I can't use the first edition rules. Merilith, 204. Well, oof. Yeah, the artwork is totally not what I was expecting. Okay, so armor class 16. Movement. I actually guess probably more like speed. 40 feet. Climb 40 feet. Hit die. 21d10 plus 105. Average of 220 hit points. Let's see. Okay, we've got actions. Boy, what's the base attack though? Multi-attack. How about this? The Merilith makes 6 hacked blade attacks and uses constrict. Hacked blade. Yeah. Oh crap. Because modern monsters have a lot more stuff than they used to, and I don't really want to copy down everything, but melee. Well, that's all capitalized. Melee attack roll plus 10. Reach 5 feet. Hit 10. 1d10. 1e10. Only 10 plus 5. Slashing damage plus 7 or 2d6. Necrotic damage. Constrict. Strength saving throw. Make that italic. Make this italic. DC 17, 1 medium. Okay, hold on. Yeah, 6 weapons and 1 constrict, right? The Merilith makes 6 packed blade attacks and uses constrict. Damage by weapon /2d4. Hit only by +1 or better weapons. Psionics, see below, which, okay, they're really not anymore, but numerous special spell powers. See monster manual for details. So I don't really have to write too much. Alright, hold on. Alright, give me a moment. I think someone might be at the door. I'll hopefully be right back quickly. All right. So not really an issue. Yeah, so I don't have to write down everything. Now, do 5th edition monsters even have damage reduction anymore, like they did in 3rd? Okay, resistance says cold, fire, lightning, immunities, poison, and poisoned. It's like poison damage and the poisoned condition. Let's see here. How about this? Resistance to cold, fire, and lightning. Immune to poison and the poison condition. Senses. Actually, let's do it this way. Resistances cold, fire, lightning. Immunities, which, I don't think that's normally a word, but I guess for the purpose of D&D it would be. Senses. True sight, 120 feet. Passive perception, 18. Languages. Abyssal. And then telepathy, 120 feet. Yeah, so hit only by +1 or better weapons. Numerous special spell powers. See monster manual for details. I mean, I can always just look up 5th edition modules and see how they write out monster stat blocks. If a cleric attempts to banish these demons by rolling the score for special on turning undead table. Can they do that in 5th edition? I know clerics can still turn undead. I don't know if that affects fiends or not. And I should, because I did update my own Cleric character like a month ago. I see Seer Undead. As a magic action, you present your holy symbol and censure undead creatures. Each undead of your choice within 30 feet of you must make a wisdom saving throw. If the creature fails that save, it has to frighten and incapacitate conditions for 1 minute. For that duration, it tries to move as far from you as it can on its turns. This effect ends early on the creature if it takes any damage, if you have the incapacitate condition, or if you die. No, Seer Undead. Whenever you use Turn Undead, you can roll a number of d8s equal to your Wisdom modifier and add the rolls together. Each Undead that fails its saving throw against that use of Turn Undead takes radiant damage equal to the roll's total. This damage doesn't end the turn effect. I don't think they can use Turn Undead to banish Fiends, but I'm pretty sure there's some sort of banishment spell they can cast anyway. At least it usually was. Oh yeah, Banishment, level 4. So how about this? Such as with the Banishment spell, he will receive a +1 bonus to the roll due to the residual aura of good, which still permeates this place. Granted, I don't know how banish works, so let's see, 245. I guess I could probably take off the conversion stuff. I didn't even really use this one. I don't think this really talks about spells, though. Yeah, the 5th edition conversion guide is more like... It's less conversion, more like here's how to just make a character from scratch, really. Yeah, here we go, Banishment. One creature that you can see within range must succeed on a charisma saving throw or be transported to a harmless demiplane for the duration. While there, the target has the incapacitated condition. When the spell ends, the target reappears in the space it left or in the nearest unoccupied space if the space is occupied. If the target is an aberration, a celestial, an elemental, a fae, or a fiend, the target doesn't return if the spell lasts for 1 minute. The target is instead, page up, transported to a random location on a plane associated with its creature type. So, for example, a demon would be sent back to the abyss. So I guess you don't roll for this one, but there is a saving throw, so I could just say your save DC goes up by 1 to the save DC to the due to the residual aura. All right. So how about that? Let's see. Each of these 2 demons, I think, have the following. Oh, I don't think 5th edition has any rules for psionic powers. Yeah, because if we go back to the 1st edition rule set, it'll say like psionic ability 130. Special defenses, special attacks. Yeah, that's not really a thing yet. Like, the closest you get would be some... Like, there's some spells or feats that kind of replicate them, like telepathy, telekinesis. Like, there's a sorcerer subclass about psionics. That's basically as close as it gets. But it's not like its own separate rule set like it used to be. Okay, Let me hold off on that for a moment. Each of these two demons have the following psionic powers: clairvoyance, detection of magic, and aura alteration. The latter power will be used at all times when the party is nearby, as the demons will be concealing their alignments, causing their auras to radiate as lawful good. Anyone with psionic powers will sense the use of psionics from the two demon ladies, but will not be able to tell what powers are being employed by them. If asked, the demons will say that they are protecting themselves. Their isle is sought after by many evil creatures, and one cannot be too careful. Alright, how about this? Each of these two demons have the following innate spell abilities. I think that's kind of the proper term. Because I know detect magic is still a thing. I'm pretty sure clairvoyance is still a thing. Yeah, 3rd level spell. You create an invisible sensor within range in a location familiar to you, like a place you have visited or seen before, or in an obvious location that is unfamiliar to you. And yeah, aura alteration is not really a thing, but there is a spell like that. Yeah, the latter power will be used as the demons will be concealing their alignment, causing their auras to radiate as lawful good. Because I know Mind Blank can be used to hide your alignment, but it doesn't change it. I don't think non-detection is what I want, but I could always look that one up. Yeah, so non-detection, that's a 3rd level wizard spell. I could have sworn the Wizard Knight still had a spell like this, actually. I'm not sure if he still does. I may have found it. Let's see. Nystul's Magic Aura. With a touch, you place an illusion on a willing creature or an object that isn't being worn or carried. A creature gains the mask effect below, and an object gains the false aura effect below. The effect lasts for the duration. If you cast a spell on the same target every day for 30 days, the illusion lasts until dispelled. Mask. Choose a creature type other than the target's actual type. Spells and other magical effects treat the target as if it were a creature of the chosen type. That's not quite what I was thinking of. False aura. You change the way the target appears to spells and magical effects that detect magical auras, such as detect magic. You can make a non-magical object appear magical, make a magic item appear non-magical, or change the object's aura so that it appears to belong to a school of magic you choose. Because that used to apply to creatures. Where's the 3E book? Let's see, 250. Yeah, Nystul's Magic Aura. You alter an item's aura so that it registers to detect spells as though it were non-magical or a magic item of a kind you specify, or the subject of a spell you specify. You could make an ordinary sword register as a +2 Vorpal sword. Huh. I could have sworn there's like one like this that works on creatures. Ah, nuts. Could have sworn it was like 2nd level or something like that. Yeah, so this version of Nystul's Magic Aura is 1st level. Now it's 2nd. It was an obscure object. Locate. Misdirection. That might be what I was thinking of. Mislead. Misdirection. By means of the spell, you misdirect the information from divination spells that reveal auras, like Detect Evil, Detect Magic, etc. On casting a spell, you choose another object within range. For the duration of the spell, the subject of misdirection is detected as if it were the other object. Neither the subject nor the other object gets a saving throw against this effect. Detection spells provide information based on a second object rather than on the actual target of the detection unless the caster of the detection succeeds on a will save. For instance, you could make yourself detect as a tree if one were within range at casting. Not evil, not lying, not magical, neutral in alignment, and so forth. I don't know if that's still a spell. Mind Blank, Mind Sliver, Mind Spike, Minor Illusion, Mirage Arcane, Mirror Image, Mislead, Misty Step. So we don't have Misdirection anymore. And Mislead's not going to work. You gain the invisible condition, so that's not really going to apply to them. And that creates an illusory double. How about non-detection, though? For the duration you hide a target that you touch from divination spells, the target can be a willing creature, or it can be a place or an object no larger than 10 feet in any dimension. The target can't be targeted by any divination spell or perceived through magical scrying sensors. I think that's the closest we're going to get. I don't think there's any kind of aura alteration. Not in 5th edition. I forgot the spell lists are in with the classes now. Yeah, I think I'm just going to go with like non-detection. I mean, because yeah, it still makes sense if they want like if they want to hide out like this. So how about that? Innate special abilities: clairvoyance, detect magic, and non-detection. The latter power will be used at all times when the party is nearby, as the demons will be concealing their alignment. Yeah, so I can't say causing the aura's rate as lawful good, so there should be like, I guess, neutral technically. The spells can be cast without requiring, I think it's usually capitalized in this case, material components, and they radiate as neutral in alignment. Yes. Anyone with, how about this, detect magic active will sense the use of magic from the two demon ladies, but will not be able to tell what spells are being employed by them. If asked, the demons will say that they are protecting themselves. Their isle is sought after by many creatures, but many evil creatures, and one cannot be too careful. Let's see. The demons were sent to the Isle 50 years ago by an unnamed demon prince, or optionally, the leading chaotic evil deity in the current campaign. After destroying the garrison by surprise, they established themselves to they They establish themselves to kill off any other adventurers who happen to come upon the isle. And sometimes the wording throws me off. Unless attacked, the demon ladies will quietly lead the party to their home, the small white house glimpsed from the ship. If possible, they will attempt to what kind of charming spells do they actually have? I mean, they probably don't in this. Yeah, because it used to be like a lot of monsters, like a lot of spell-like abilities, and that's not really the case anymore. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Charm Monster is still a spell. Because I'll just do that. Because there's really nothing wrong with just giving unique monsters extra abilities. Yeah, Charm Monster is like a 4th level spell. I'll go with that. Let me make sure it actually works on humanoids. I mean, it should, but... one creature you can see within range makes a wisdom saving throw. It does so with advantage if you or your allies are fighting it. On a failed save, the target has a charm condition until the spell ends or until you or your allies damage it. The charmed creature is friendly to you. When the spell ends, the target knows it was charmed by you. Yeah, so that'll be fine. Attempt to charm monster the adventurers secretly, one by one, and will detect invisible objects to... What the heck? Oh, I see. Yes, this font's really small. To make sure no one is creeping up on them. Is detect... Do we even have a detect invisibility? Well, it might be see invisibility, actually. Yeah, see invisibility, 2nd level. For the duration, you see creatures and objects that have the invisible condition as if they were visible, and you can see into the ethereal plane. Creatures and objects there appear ghostly. Alright. I think Quintessa has that spell, actually. I got it up on my phone. No, actually, no, she has an Arcane Vigor, Dark Vision, and Misty Step. Alright, well. Maybe I'll swap one of them then. Okay, so no, yeah, not detect invisible objects, but... And we'll cast... Oof. See invisibility. They will attempt to charm monster the adventurous secret. That sounds awkward. Just do that. Let's see. Though they will not act as if they see anything unusual. If they do see a hiding rogue, or invisible spellcaster. Why do I keep misspelling invisible? Alright, the Whitestone house was built of local fieldstone and whitewashed. This simple structure has the look of a farmhouse that has withstood many decades, maybe even centuries of sea air and weather. There are 4 rooms to this building. Nope. A. Sitting / dining room. The centerpiece of this room is a massive table surrounded by a dozen chairs. It is well worn, as if many a feast had been presented here before. The room is lit only by oil lamps suspended from brackets on the stucco walls, which are decorated with a great many weapons. Polearms, swords, and daggers of varying ages and manufacture. 12 weapons have no dust on them. 6 each of battle axes and... Okay, well, I know bastard swords aren't in 5th edition anymore. I'm pretty sure battle axes are. I mean, there. Oh yeah, we got great axe. Yeah, battle axe too. Yeah, so battle axe is one-handed, great sword is two-handed, great axe is two-handed. Yes, battle axes and let's just say long swords then. These are the demons. Should they... I'm going to assume that's supposed to be a period. Should they be attacked anywhere else on the island? Alright. Anywhere else on the island, the demons will teleport here and assume their demonic forms to wield their weapons. If a major party is fighting against them, the demons will take the time to summon 1 to 3 extra demons each. Okay, only types 1 through 4. What would that be? I guess succubi are separate in AD&D. Let's see, Rock. Rocks has Rose, Labrezus, and now Feshni's only. Right? Type 1 through 4. To assist in the attack on the party. Jeez. This is going to be one heck of a combat. Kitchen. This room is furnished as a fine kitchen, slightly better than such a simple structure would suggest, with enough cooking utensils, and food storage to feed a small garrison. A coal box is set into the floor in one corner, refrigerated by a small spring that wells up nearby and provides water for the whole house. The coal box is large enough to hold 4 human-sized creatures. So let's just say, you use the official terms like medium-sized. On a high shelf in the opposite corner of the room, hidden from direct view by several canisters of spices, are 5 unlabeled potion bottles that contain the first part of a 2-stage poison. This bottled substance is harmless by itself, but becomes deadly when combined with the second part, see below. Yeah, that's not really a thing in 5th edition, but I'll keep this anyway. Note that a spell that detects poison will fail to register this substance or the second part of the poison as dangerous. Oh, I'm pretty sure there's a detect poison spell, right? Yeah, detect poison and disease. Detect poison and disease. Let's see. Sleeping quarters for the party. Again, this room looks to have served a small troop of people at one time or another, for the room has a dozen beds. It is lit by candles and sconces on the walls. These candles are impregnated with the second part of the 2-stage poison found in Area B. Let's bold that for the moment. As before, actually, you know what? How about I bold each letter and the numbers too? That's wrong command. Might help it stand out a little bit more. As before, this part of the poison is harmless unless mixed with the first part above. The demons will light the candles in this room before the party retires for bed that night. So what does the poison do actually? Did they actually specify that? I don't think it did. Fine, let's just go on ahead then. The demons quarters. This room appears to be a very plain room with simple, hard beds and a small shrine, but this is a permanent illusion. Now, is that still a spell? Well, if it is, it's not by this name. Alright, what do we got for wizard spells? I don't think hallucinatory terrain is going to really be it. Major image, how about that? $295. Duration concentration up to 10 minutes. You create the image of an object, a creature, or some other visible phenomenon that is no larger than a 20-foot cube. The image appears at a spot that you can see within range and lasts for the duration. It seems real, including sounds, smells, and temperature appropriate to the thing depicted, but it can't deal damage or cause conditions. The spell lasts until dispelled without requiring concentration if cast with a level 4 plus spell slot. I think it's about the closest. I think it's as close as it gets. Major image. But this is a. So how about this? Permanent major image. Also, yeah, polymorph works differently in this game. So I'm gonna alter that if I can find it. Say shape changed into human form. Do that. You can do that. Do that for now. The room actually contains 2 large nests in which the demons rest while in their natural forms. Entering the room will not dispel the illusion, which possesses tactile and olfactory components. It requires a deliberate effort to disbelieve the room's contents to gain a saving throw. Scattered and mixed in with rubbish of the nest are the following items, all belonging to the demon's previous victims. So we got 20,000 gold pieces, 14 gems, a gold armlet worth 2,500 gold pieces, a platinum necklace inset with emeralds worth 10,000 gold pieces, a chime of opening with something charges left. I'm not sure if that's still a thing or not, but time to check the Dungeon Master's Guide. Yeah, unfortunately the PDF I have is still kind of lousy, so here we go. Chime of opening. This hollow metal tube measures about 1 foot long and weighs 1 pound. As a magic action, you can strike the chime to cast knock. The spell's customary knocking sound is replaced by the clear ringing tone of the chime, which is audible out to 300 feet. The chime can be used 10 times. After the 10th time, it cracks and becomes useless. Oh. Let's go with 7 charges for now. How many would I normally have, actually? Let's see. Dungeon Master's Guide. Oh, it was the second edition. I want the first edition version. Alright, chime of opening. Can barely read this. Chime of opening is a hollow metal tube about 1 foot long. When it is struck, it sends forth magical vibrations which cause locks to open. Likewise, lids, doors, valves, and portals will open when the chime is sounded. The device will function against normal bars, shackles, blah, blah, blah. The chime has 20 to 80 charges before it will crack and become useless. So 20 plus d6 times 10. Okay, yeah, so you do the d6 times 10 first and then add 20. Yeah, so 1 times 10 plus 20. That's 30 minimum. 6 times 10 plus 20. So it should... So there should be 30 to 80 charges, right? Okay, so I think... Yeah, so I guess theoretically speaking, this particular chime of opening really doesn't have that many charges left compared to the old version. So I'll bump that down to 3 then. Let's see. 3 jars of Keotom's ointment. And a scroll of 7 arcane spells. Okay, well, first let me look at the ointment. I mean, it'd be kind of an odd podcast if all I'm trying to do is help people get to sleep. I mean, I guess that's one thing. I mean, I don't know, maybe I'll read like storybooks or something like that. Cause I do have an actual book copy of The Princess Bride. H-I-M... Wait. Yep, there it is. Keotom's ointment. Alright. So I can keep that as is. And let's see how many of these spells actually still in the game. Scroll. Let's see here. Yeah, do we have Mass Charm anymore? I see Mass Suggestion. I don't know. Major Image. Get that again. Mass Healing Word, Mass Heal, Mass Cure Wounds, Mass Suggestion. But I don't see Mass Charm anymore. Yeah, I don't... Wait, let me look at the... It might be one of those cases where if you cast a spell with a higher spell slot, you affect more people. Oh, I went too far. Now I'm in the B section. Yeah, Charm Person. You can target one additional creature for each spell slot level above 1. Charm Monster. You can target one additional creature for each spell slot above 4. Okay, that's why we don't have Mass Charm anymore. Actually, it's a good thing I kept this thing open. Let's see. Well, they don't even have it really listed here anyway. Mass Resistance, Messenger, Lure Water. Alright, well. Let's see, so let's say Charm Monster, 9th level. Okay, I'm what the heck is Crystal Brittle? I have no idea what that is. I know there's like a sonic spell in 3rd edition that could shatter crystal though. Oh, because I know Bards had that one. Sound Burst. Deals 1d8 sonic damage to subjects, may stun them. Shatter. Sonic vibrations damage object or crystalline creatures. Okay, do we have that as a spell still? Yep, it's a 2nd level spell for wizards at least. Okay, could do that then. Shatter. Symbol. That I do know we have. Contact. Other plane. Time Stop. I'm pretty sure we have Ice Storm still. I see Sleet Storm. Yep, Ice Storm, 4th level. Alright. And Mordenkainen's Magnificent Mansion. Pretty sure that's still in the game. Yeah, that's level 7. Alright. Yeah, because I kind of want to finish up this islands portion of the adventure. Like, basically right up until you actually cross over the gate. I want to try and finish that up today before I call it quits. You know, before my throat gives out, I guess. The demons will invite the party to stay with them and prepare themselves for their search for the mace. Oh, yeah. Before I get too far, what was the recommended level for this again? An adventure for high-level D&D characters. Yeah, they're not kidding. It's designed for characters of 9th level and up. Because I think the challenge rating for Marilis is like 16. Oi. And we'll cook them a sumptuous meal, liberally laced with the first part of the 2-stage poison. The second part, as mentioned before, is in the candles in the party's quarters, and anyone breathing the air therein within 10 hours of ingesting the first component of the poison will suffer the following effects. First, fatigue will set in within 1 to 2 hours. Is that a condition anymore? I know exhaustion is, so I can always just do that. Yeah, exhaustion. That's still a thing. We got a page for this though. Evoker exceptions 366. Okay, not a whole lot really. While you have the exhaustion condition, you experience the following effects. This condition is cumulative. Each time you receive it, you gain 1 exhaustion level. You die if your level is 6. When you make a d20 test, the roll is reduced by 2 times your exhaustion level. Your speed is reduced by a number of feet equals to 5 times your exhaustion level. Finishing a long rest removes 1 of your exhaustion levels. When your exhaustion level reaches 0, the condition ends. Okay, they made it differently. Yeah, it is a little differently from the previous 5th edition rule set. Oh, sure thing, Daniel. Alright, first, let's say the subjects gain 1 level of exhaustion. Because I don't see any rules for fatigued anymore. They had them in 3rd edition though, but Fiend, Farmer, Fast, Favorite. Yeah, there's no more fatigue. It's probably just subsumed into exhaustion now. Let's see. The subjects gain 1 level of exhaustion. Well, you know, how about I actually read this first before I keep copying verbatim? Yeah, first, fatigue will set in within 1 to 2 hours, causing characters to save versus death magic or fall asleep for 5 to 10 hours. Those who save will be groggy and will fight at -2 to the head. Okay, yeah. This is why I can't really keep copying word for word every single thing. All right. Don't worry about it, Daniel. Don't worry about it. It's okay. Okay, let's try this again. First, fatigue will set in within 1 to 2 hours, causing characters to save versus... Yeah, save versus death magic has to make DC something Constitution saving throws or fall. I think unconscious is still a condition, right? Paralyzed. That's probably a little too far, but yeah, unconscious. Let's see, or suffer the unconscious condition for 5 to 10 hours. Yeah, see, 5 to 10 is a little awkward because this kind of should be like a dice roll at this point. We can't really do 62. How about 3d4? And I'll just say within an hour. Fatigue will set in within an hour, causing characters to make DC or suffer the unconscious condition. I'm not sure. I haven't really looked up like poisons or the like in 5th edition, so because I know they were kind of nasty in 3rd edition, but potion, lots of potions. Poison, page 90. Okay. I mean, well. Actually, yeah, that's right. There was a poisoned condition, wasn't there? So I might not even need to give them exhaustion. Yeah, poison condition. While you have the poison condition, you experience the following effects. You have disadvantage on attack rolls and ability checks. That's it. Oh, here's something. Yeah, Lulstein. So it's like the drow poison. A creature subjected to Lulstein must succeed on a DC 13 Constitution saving throw or have the poison condition for 1 hour. If the creature fails to save by 5 or more, the creature also has the unconscious condition while poisoned in this way. The creature wakes up if it takes damage or if another creature takes an action to shake it awake. Oh, yeah. In Warriors of Roach 3 Ultimate, the primary villain is this, like, absolutely colossal, like, mountain-sized Hydra. Yeah, so it's like a big multi-headed snake dragon monster. And, you chop off one head, 2 more grow in its place, to paraphrase Hydra from the Marvel comics and movies. Yeah, so okay, so it'll be something like that then. So those who save will be groggy and fight at -2. 2 to hit and lose all dexterity bonuses to armor class. The characters will also be severely weakened, their strength scores failing by 3 to 6 points for 2 to 5 hours before they fully recover. Characters who fall asleep cannot be awakened for the first 2 to 5 hours of sleep, except by a neutralized poison or wish. The demons will attack us. Yeah, so I gotta figure out how I'm gonna do this. Yeah, what's a good save DC then? Because this would be kind of it's a combination of ingested and inhaled. Let's see, inhaled DC 15. One's DC 10. Like the most expensive would be Midnight. Oh no, the most expensive is Purple Worm Poison. A creature subject to Purple Worm Poison makes a DC 21 Constitution saving throw, taking 35 or 10d6 poison damage on a failed save or half as much damage. Well, it's not really even very fun, but yeah, so I think I'll make this like the Drow Poison. Okay, first fatigue will set in within an hour. A creature subjected to this poison must succeed on a, let's say, DC 15 Constitution throw or have the Constitution poisoned condition for, what did I say, like 3 to 4 hours? Well, yeah, I don't think they really use die rolls in terms of duration, but a lot of these actually affect 24 hours. Condition for 1 hour, 1 hour. Essence of Ether, or have the poison condition for 8 hours. Well, you know what? Yeah, or Oil of Taggart, or have the poison condition for 24 hours. If the creature fails this save by 5 or more, let's see. The creature also has the unconscious condition while poisoned in this way. Okay, let's make it 12. Actually, no. You know what? I'll go with 8 because yeah, there was a poison that did 8 hours, so I'll go with 8. It's kind of like the halfway point between 5 and 10. Well, yeah, the Hydra in Warriors of the Ultimate is definitely strong because you can't really fight it directly. You have to use like a magic, not really a cannon, but like a magic giant Gatling gun in order to fight the thing. Man, my throat actually hurts a bit. Okay, what were the rules for exhaustion again? Because I might want to do both, to be honest, because this does sound like a really nasty poison. Let's see. Yeah, when you make a d20 test, the roll is reduced by 2 times your exhaustion level. Your speed reduced by a number of feet equal to 5 times your exhaustion level. Here we go. And gains 1 level of exhaustion. So how about that? That should cover most things regarding this particular poison. Yeah, because the characters will also be severely weakened. Their strength scores falling by 3 to 6 points for 2 to 5 hours before they fully recover. So, characters who fall asleep cannot be awakened for the first 2 to 5 hours of sleep. Let's see. Characters who fall asleep cannot be awakened for the first, let's say 1d4 hours of sleep, except by a, I don't know if neutralized poison is in this edition or not. I don't think so, no. How about they got like a remove poison? They got remove curse. Oh, let me check the cleric section. Yeah, they got protection from poison. It'll probably be like lesser restoration than I would imagine. You touch a creature and in one condition on it: blinded, deafened, paralyzed, or poisoned. Alright. Except by a lesser restoration or wish. Demons will attack as soon as all party members are so drugged. Yeah, I don't know why YouTube gives you so many issues, man. I mean, I've never seen you say anything inappropriate, so let's see. Let's replace creature with character. If no one eats of the demon's food, the demons will act offended, but will say they understand, and they will attack the party at the best possible opportunity afterwards. Let's see. I think that's it. I think that's all I have for the poison. I want to add a little bit though. Let's see. If the food is consumed, but the candles are not lit, the poison, let's see, fades harmlessly after 24 hours. Same if the candle fumes are inhaled, but the food was not consumed. I mean, that would kind of make sense, right? You know, like if you take in one part of the poison but not the other part, you know, eventually that first part's gotta disappear, right? Let's see. If the demons are destroyed or dispelled, a spirit will appear. Treat as similar to a haunt from Monster Manual 2, except that it cannot possess characters and is... I'll skip that part. Yeah, we don't have a Monster Manual 2, not really, so... Actually, what about ghosts? I mean, I'm pretty sure there are ghosts in the Monster Manual, right? Fire giants, fungi, ghosts, alright. Medium undead, neutral alignment. Yeah, so you can fight, you can have a ghost that's villainous, but not necessarily, so that could work. A ghost will appear, not still, will. The ghost will take the form of a cleric, identifying himself as Gerard, I assume, a priest of Saint Cuthbert. He will explain that he is the original guardian of the gate and headed a garrison of troops housed in the White House to protect the way to the mace from those who would destroy it. He and his troops were murdered by the demons, who took his place to ensure that no force of good would reach the mace. While his troops were taken to their reward above, Gerard was charged to remain until the demons were vanquished. To show his power, he will resurrect any 2 good aligned party members slain in the battle with the demons. He will then lead the party to the mace detector and the gate. The mace detector, alright. Yeah, I think I'm going to stop at once I hit this point, because I'm already 4 hours into this, and my throat's starting to bother me. Let's see. A small cave hidden by brush is the first place to which the ghost of Gerard leads the party. It is a tiny opening in the side of the plateau, curtained by the scrub and bushes that surround the base. Unless led there by Gerard, only rangers, elves, and... I mean, there really aren't any half-elves anymore, technically, but have a chance to notice this cave. Then again, elves don't even have the option to notice this kind of stuff anymore. How about this? Only characters proficient with... Nah, that's not right. Only characters who succeed on a DC... Yeah, let's go DC 15. Perception check. Where am I now? I have a chance to... No, only characters who succeed on DC 15 perception checks can notice this cave. The demons never found this cave, being more interested in protecting the isle than in exploring it. I think that would make a bit more sense. The cave is small and cramped, with room enough for only 2 people and Gerard. A third can be fitted, but that would mean someone would have to stand in the same place as the ghost. And unnerving... but harmless experience. The cave stone floor has a thaumaturgic triangle. Did I spell that right? Looks like it. Thaumaturgic triangle inlaid with gold, 12 gold pieces worth, inscribed thereon. At the center of the triangle is a short wooden post surmounted by what appears to be a 6-inch elliptical disc of white quartz with the emblem of a mace engraved on the end of one long axis. This disc, Gerard will tell the party, is the device that will lead them to the Mace of Cuthbert on the other side of the gate. It will flash a blue-white light at a rate dependent upon the nearness of the mace. 10 flashes per minute for a mile or more distance, 20 per minute down to, that's not it, half a mile, 40 per minute down to quarter of a mile, 80 per minute okay. Yeah, I can easily insert 1/4 but not 1/8. Between 1/8 and question mark mile and 120 flashes per minute when between question mark and 200 feet. This is why I have the character map pinned to my taskbar. Let's try Arial Unicode. One-eighth. Alright, again, let me copy this into Notepad first, and then recopy it. Alright. At closer than 200 feet, the mace detector gives off a continuous glow. The brightness of the light emitted is relative to the facing of the crystals engraved mace and toward the mace. That is, the glow is brightest when it is facing in the direction of the mace, and it is darkest when it faces 90 degrees or more away. Yeah, what? 3 paragraphs ago? The gate building is the ruined temple that could be seen from the ship when rounding the south end of the island. When the adventurers near the structure, they will see that it is actually built in the form of an open Parthenon-like structure with randomly laid stone blocks about it that make the building appear from a distance to be crumbling. It is actually... How did I misspell built this badly? The two demons have explored this building before, but having no means to open or control the gate, they have left it alone. The interior of this structure is quite empty and clean, as if it were swept regularly. It is bare of all furnishings and ornamentation, save for a massive stone arch in the exact center of the floor. This 12-foot tall, 10-foot wide arch is the magical interplanar gate leading to London. Gerard tells the party that the gate opens from either side by holding the detector disc toward it and commanding open. After wishing the party luck, and performing a benediction, the ghost will go to his well-deserved rest. Unless otherwise garrisoned by the player characters and their servants, the island will probably be uninhabited by any intelligent creatures while the party is adventuring through the gates. See, however, the section at the end of this module on closing the adventure. Alright, let me fix this. Export to PDF. Alright, we're 15 pages in. Yeah, I think that's a nice time to call it quits. Oh, hey Recorder, welcome. Oh, did the music end? Because I had a playlist going. Oh, I see why. I see what happened. I see. Okay, so I think I know what happened. I think I know what happened. So I've got like so many PDFs open that I think the browser ran out of memory. So yeah, the whole thing has like reload itself. See, yeah, what I need to do is like, I think maybe just try to find some music that won't get me into any trouble, and then just like play it through like Windows Media Player or something like that. I think that's what happened. Yeah, I think the browser just kind of not crashed, but I just got so much stuff open here. Oh well. So yeah, welcome. But I'm gonna call it quits. I think I'm done for the day. So yeah, we're up to the point where the party will now go through the gates. So yeah, I remember reading this module years ago. I knew there were like demons on the island. I didn't realize they were Marilith though. That's quite the challenge for a party. Yeah, because again in AD&D, you really didn't have like a challenge rating per se. I think you just kind of had to eyeball it a little bit. Like look at this, magic resistance 80%. Like, I guess 80% of the time magic is just not going to work on them. Whereas yeah, I think in the new book their challenge rating is 16, so just quite high for this kind of adventure. Yeah, I'm done. I'm yeah. I've been hit with one level of exhaustion. I think I need my well-deserved rest. Sweat. Oh, regularly. There we go. Yeah, I keep misspelling words. Yeah, that should be good. That should be good. Yeah, so there goes the music, but oh well. Yeah, with that said, thank you for everybody who tuned in anyway. So, you know, at least I did get a little bit further in translating this adventure to the new rule set, especially trying to figure out which spell is which now and how this old spells differ from new spells. But that was like the really toughest part. And yeah, I may have to work on that stat entry for the demons. You know, try to get that more in line with how they're typically written in modules. Because I've got some adventure modules, I can just look through that and see what they have listed, right? I mean, you know, if all its spells just be like, say, C. Marilith, Monster Manual page, whatever, right? But I'll figure something out. So, thank you for everybody who tuned in. Thank you to Anthony Andrews, Courtney Sprina, Ricora, and Tizwaz1112 for the financial support. I very much appreciate it. hopefully I'll be able to play Final Fantasy 13 tomorrow, considering where we left off last time. This is quite the traumatic ending. And I should be up for playing Soul Calibur 6 this weekend. I just gotta find a good thumbnail considering the holiday. So, take care, everybody.